All right, what's going on, everybody, here at the NECC? I am Berkeley Stevens, joined by Chase Nuclear Nukem for what is sure to be a very nice night of some lower division Overwatch, at least for our two games. Chase, how are you feeling tonight?
Oh my gosh, Berkeley. I'm stupendous. I'm wonderful. And I'm even better now that I'm back on the mic with you. I know you were feeling a little under the weather last week. How you feeling now?
I'm feeling better. I'm ready for the action. Should be getting the ball rolling here in just a few minutes. We're going to have ESU, the Warriors, as they're going to be taking on Arcadia. ESU is having themselves a really good season here in the Navigators division. They're coming in with a 4-1 record. Arcadia, it's time for them to turn it around, Nuke. They're coming in at 1-3, but this is a program that's got some history. We know they're well coached, they're well established, so they could honestly flip the script on their season at any point. They're looking to get that ball rolling tonight officially against the Warriors. What do you think their chances are? Because this ESU team have been so strong.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, Bill Rogers over at Arcadia knows what he's doing, and I think it's all comes down to mental for these lower division games. It comes down to how well you're coordinating with your team and whether or not you're sticking to your plan. We've seen teams in the Navigators divisions pull off strats that we wouldn't even believe over on the side of Huntington. So I think that there's a lesson to be learned at these lower divisions, which is rank doesn't always matter. Synergy comes down to it. We're going to head right into the lineup. First, looking at Arcadia Esports, we got Vayu, Nemo, Icy Nim, Running Gamer, Panda Girl, and Chong representing the Arcadia Esports roster. What do we see over on ESU, Berkeley?
Well, on the side of the Warriors, we got Disabato, we got DH Kafka, Vanilla Jack. Love that guy. That guy wrecks on main tank. Anytime he plays Reinhardt, you gotta watch out for him because he will just bash your front line. Then we've got Halbert, followed by Deadly Pants, and finally Michael Nuke. Let's go in and talk about the maps because we're kicking off with my
Mm.
favorite control map, Busan, and the Nuke. How's this map pool looking after that?
I love this map pool. After that, we're heading over to Eichenwald. Then we're heading down to the streets of the. We're going to escort afterwards. Then a hybrid control escort. As you guys know, we do not do assault here at the NECC. We decided to take that out this year. Very excited that we're going to be just switching to the maps that we're going to see in Overwatch 2.
Yeah, which is it seems like it's right around the corner, and I can't wait for it. But for now, we're stuck on the first game, getting some good 2 tank games in before we finally make the big switch. After Escort, we're going to be going back over to Hybrid. I don't know if you said these ones, Nubani, Oasis, and Havana. Havana's that map 6 tiebreaker. If we got to go to it, we're going to Payload because that's almost undrawable. There are rare instances, but
Mhm.
it's almost never. But Nuke, we're about to get going here underway in Busan. What do you think we're going to be seeing in terms of compositions as we're going to enter our first point? I'm not actually sure if it will be downtown or if this is just some
Mhm.
snazzy B-roll. Okay,
Some
Sanctuary.
snazzy B-roll. We are going to Sanctuary first, and I think Busan has a lot of capabilities for a lot of different map types and character types. I think that you're more than likely going to see a brawl here, but actually, as we're seeing on both sides, we're going to see Sigma Divas as your tank line. We're going to see Soldier as well as Cole Cassidy on the side of ESU Warriors, while Arcadia is going to be running the pharmacy into the looks like Red Panda Girl is actually going to be running Widowmaker, and we're starting things out.
Yeah, just the first glimpse at these comps, you got to think that Value might have some trouble up in the skies, going up against the double, if not triple hit scan if you want to count Deadly Pants on the Baptiste on the side of ESU. But right now, Value just raining in damage in the skies, really not having too much difficulty, takes down the entire backline.
Ooh.
Wiped away
Ooh.
are the supports for the Warriors, and now it should be open season.
And we've seen this before, right, Berkeley? We've seen Pharahs just dominate the lower level divisions for the reason that it's hard to deal with the Pharah if you don't have the aim. And when you're in a lower level division, the mechanics aren't always quite there. So Pharahs are able to reign supreme, and that's exactly what we're seeing from Vayu on the side of Arcadia, almost having the barrage online.
Yeah, and that is such fast alt charge that Value has farmed up. You normally see the Baptiste put up that Ant Matrix window, first ultimate of the game, anytime there's a Baptiste. But Value's got that barrage online with the help of Icing them supporting, damage boosting, all those rocket direction. We could see a lot of eliminations come very quickly in this next fight as Chong pops up that Ant Matrix early, but ESU wants to go in. Rockets raining down from above, take down the Baptiste Deadly Pants, but Value pays for that ultimate with their life. And it looks like ESU, they've got the Resurrect, but they just keep on finding the kills. Nuke Arcadia, they engaged with ultimates. They set the table, but unfortunately, they didn't eat.
Yeah, the counter coming out from Vanilla Jack is exactly as you predicted, Ult Charge. That Gravitic Flux was pretty tanky, and you could say that Vanilla Jack likes to go hard in the paint, which is funny because his name is Steven Hard.
Oh, what do we got going on here?
Got a res. Looks like they're trying to res Vayu. Yeah, but ESU 5 ultimates online. Arcadia is gonna have to fish a little bit, get some information or get some ultimates online of their own. I'm not sure if Red Panda Girl is adding the value that Arcadia is looking for here on the Widowmaker. We are gonna see the self-destruct pop from both ends. Oh, and Nemo will find 2 in the deep sea, taking out Halbert and EH Kavka. Ooh, I seen him trying to get some healing in. Kree Cassidy High Noon is going to come out but not find anyone, and Arcadia pushing back on this point for a recontest, hopefully to get back online. The res will come back out onto Trong. This is looking either way at this point.
I would love to see Arcadia get this fight win, get this flip, especially after that strong engaging ultimate by Nemo launching in that self-destruct for a 2K, and it looks like they do have the follow-up damage there, but Halbert's coming back in with a Mercy Pocket, so is Michael, just poking away at the flanks with 2 hit scan. They're threatening to get some early eliminations in this next fight with Nemo still out of the mech.
Yeah, Di Sabato unfortunately was not able to get anyone with their self-destruct, and Nemo just returned with 2. That's a hard kicker to start a fight. ESU Warriors now down but not out. They're still pretty tied in terms of percentage, and if they win this next fight, it could do a lot for them. We're going to see Soldier 76 Tact Visor is online, and they could do a lot with it if they're able to bait out Nemo's Matrix.
We'll see if they're able to do it here. Nemo playing very passive in their own backline here. Tac Visor comes out, but Vayu, fresh on the Hanzo, makes his name known in this lobby with 2 kills in that first fight. Make it 3, taking down both DPS as well as Deadly Pants in this fight. And this one should still be locked in for Arcadia, and with only 4 seconds left in the round, ESU has to stay in this fight. They can't gather their members back from spawn as quickly. Nemo throws in another bomb that finds 2, and that should surely be the first point. Busan Sanctuary going the way of Arcadia, but ESU not ready to give up on this fight just yet. Vanilla Jack making one final stand here on Sigma, has the DPS in tow now. Michael's in the wings. It looks like somehow, Nuke, after all those eliminations, all those members of ESU that got cut down, ESU comes away with the point.
Yeah, you love to see ESU making this a closer game, and Vanilla Jack did a great job of being that pillar on point that ESU needed to get the rest of the team back. Arcadia just didn't have enough to get them off, and we're actually going to see a pretty aggressive Gravitic Flux come out from Running Gamer. I'm pretty sure that was a fat finger.
Yeah, it could have been just a little too far away from the fight to connect with any value there for her, but now they're just going to have to make their way with 9 seconds left in this round to find something and make it fast. That last fight, Nemo had a 2K with the ultimate. Vayu picked off 3 with the arrows, able to take down the main tank there in Disabato, but it's a 1-for-1 trade. Michael into the back line makes this one a 4 versus 4 fight still, but Nemo diving in, taking down more, but it is just a Michael show on the side of ESU. Michael is just not found. He is at large right now with the Hellfire shotguns, taking down 5. Did he get the 6K?
Gosh.
Oh, Disabato steals it in the kill feed, but we all know Michael did the damage. Michael, the clutch player for the ESU Warriors, finds a 6K in this overtime fight, but still, Arcadia's hanging in.
No, but it may be more. I mean, the Death Blossom is online. We're definitely going to see it before the round ends. Michael, now with the Death Blossom, the Fields of Flowers are bosoming. They're here, and ESU Warriors are going to take that first point off of the clutch play from Michael in that end game.
And Nuke, I love when lower division games get close like this because it is
Mhm.
scrappy, it is a slugfest, it is fun to watch. Michael just brought that one all the way back for ESU, went in for a big backline flank, and as he made his way through Arcadia, he found elimination after elimination on his way, all the way up front, charged that ultimate in one fight, and then let that Blossom fly for the clutch.
That's the thing about these games. Momentum is everything. And when you're kind of just thrust into the first map, it's hard to find your footing at first. Michael definitely finding it towards the end of that round and clutching it out for the Warriors. What I'm also loving seeing here, Berkeley, is we're seeing a wide spread of heroes on both sides. And both sides are not stagnant in their ways. They are very open to switching comps as necessary, as we're seeing this first fight kind of brawl out back of Mecha base.
Yeah, Arcadia switches up their healing composition entirely, and then ESU are going to keep Michael on this Reaper, but they've changed up their tank line to a double shield, and at least in this first fight, it's looking very strong. And Nuke, as we know, these doorways on the way to the point here on Busan Mecha Base are so small compared to most maps, it's so difficult to get through and retake this point.
Yeah, there are a couple of other ways to get to the point, but that is the most common for sure, is those doorways. We're actually going to see Arcadia trying out a different way. Once again, Red Panda Girl on the Widowmaker. Not sure if that's going to have the value that they're looking for. They do have a double hit scan into a double shield composition. That could spell trouble for Arcadia. Red Panda Girl, though, on the flank. See if we can get some picks here. There's one shot. One for the Mercy, trying to hit the second. Kind of a cluster. Everyone's kind of standing around, not able to pick the heads. Looking for, oh, and instead they find Michael with the Hellfire shotguns, not allowing Red Panda Girl to get away and putting it down.
Yeah, Michael seems to be the member on this ESU Warriors team that is not afraid to get in anyone's face on the side of Arcadia. He will just call all challengers, deal with all the threats. Anyone far away on the flank, be it a Widowmaker, be it an off-tank, you name it. Michael will be there to answer the bell in the Arcadia backline. Arcadia, they've got a couple of stuns on their team. It just seems like they're not quite focusing down Michael in where he's rotating throughout the fight. They're not keeping very good track of him. If they switch that up, things could turn around like they did in round number one.
Absolutely, Bayou trying to deal with Michael, like we said earlier. The Cowboy versus the Reaper not going to come out on top. The Reaper remains dominant and still looking for those souls on this map. ESU Warriors does have two ultimates online. We actually see the amplification matrix was popped in that last fight, and now we're hearing tactical visors online. Gonna find one in the name of Red Panda Girl. She will fall, finding two in Icy Nim. She will also fall, and that Reinhardt looking to charge in. Bayou looking to back up. 87% now. It's not looking very good for Arcadia here on Busan.
No, it's not. Just 8 seconds left here, and ESU has ultimates that are going to be an onslaught for Arcadia to deal with, but they engage strong. Self-destruct takes down DH Kafka. That's a fantastic opening for them, but Chong's use of that sound barrier is one he's going to wish he had for this next fight. Doesn't have it to counter that Cryptic Flux. Michael, however, did Death Blossom. If you heard that audio cue, and it was stunned by Bayou did collect that kill as well, so Arcadia, despite having to deal with all of these threats from ESU, have hung into this point, but Disabato drops the hammer and could have just sealed this map for ESU.
Oh, trying to go for a slick pin on Icy Nim, but she's trying to remain alive. Wasn't able to get the fade out, unfortunately. Trying to push up, and Warriors are just going to take that in a 2-0 felled sweep. Arcadia did not even contest or touch, or sorry, they did contest. They didn't even capture that point once in Mecha Base.
No, a very
Vanilla
strong Mecha base round. Sorry to cut you off there, Nuke, but
No, you're
ESU, they put on a weapon in Michael on this Reaper, and then on Mecha base, they adapted their tanks to double shield. I think with those two changes, they don't really have to do much else throughout the night as long as Arcadia haven't answered that comp.
Hey, I value what you have to say, and don't you ever apologize for interrupting me. You hear me?
Thanks, man. Warms my heart.
You're absolutely right.
Oh, jeez.
100%. But he's absolutely right. ESU Warriors are going to take that map in 2-0 fashion. Now moving on to the next one. Arcadia gonna have to grease the wheels a little bit as we're heading into hybrid.
Yeah, and Eichenwald is another map where I feel like the Reinhardt Sigma could be great for the side of ESU Warriors. I mean, you and I both know if you're a Rhine player, this is a home game. Eichenwald is his stomping ground. So I would love to see it if one of these tanks, whether it be Vanilla Jack or whether it be Di Sabato, just keeps on that German Crusader on this next German map. But on the side of Arcadia, Nuke, what kind of changes do you think they could make, be it compositionally, be it strategy? How do you think they can adapt to the kind of play that ESU is bringing?
Man, well, I personally think that Arcadia may look for some switches here. It looks like they have both of their hit scan DPS in right now. Maybe they stick with the same DPS, and if that is the case, I think Arcadia just needs to switch up what they're playing. These hit scans are not working against this double shield composition. They're going to need a little bit more burst and gas in the tank if they're going to want to win. And honestly, I think Reaper may be an option and a choice to counter what we've seen on the side of ESU in the stance of Michael. It seems as though ESU Warriors tank line is really the menace right now on top of Michael. So if you get a Reaper in there, able to get the Hellfire shotgun damage off, it may provide the value they're looking for.
Yeah, Nuke, I think he is a good hero to kind of lean on in terms of just going in for somewhat of a mirror matchup. And especially Arcadia, they're the only team that played Lucio Chong on that hero on the Busan map. Anytime you've got a Lucio to speed boost your Reaper around, the only hard part about Reaper's kit for a lot of players is closing the distance and having the movement to stay safe and make sure you're not focused down too quickly. If you have Chong on that Lucio and you're running a Reinhardt comp like we've seen them do, I feel like that is a good hero to go to. But last round, Nuke, they were playing a lot of Widowmaker. Do you see that working on these next couple of maps?
You know, Widowmaker, it's interesting because Widowmaker could work on the first 2 points, I would say, of Eichenwald. But as you get into that last phase when you're in Castle, it's a lot harder to get the angles that you're looking for. I guess Chandelier is really all that you have in terms of those angles. So I would like to see just to switch off the Widow as a whole. It's not really providing the value that they want. There's not a whole lot of damage coming out, not really getting the picks. And you just have to find value on another hero, which I think they could definitely do. I think that it's not out of the question. Red Panda Girl showing that she can hit the shots. It's just got to switch a little bit. I think what could work well for them in a best of both worlds is having value on that Hanzo that we saw earlier, and then Red Panda Girl potentially switching over to the Cole Cassidy.
Yeah, that's a good look as well. And also, I just wanted to point out that Vayu was on Pharah for a lot of that first point of Busan, ended up switching off, going to the Hanzo, getting some value there on Hanzo as well, but he switched off Pharah after maybe dying one time. And I see a lot of Pharah players do that. Just stick to your guns. You came in, you destroyed for 2 fights in a row. You got your ultimate first off quicker than anyone else in the lobby. So clearly, you're being very menacing on the side of ESU. You're just a wrench thrown at them that they probably weren't expecting to see tonight. So if you can do that and just take a lot of their attention from the rest of your team onto Afara up in the skies, that's when you might actually get ESU to play a little bit more scared when they can't actually keep their eyes on the main part of the fight and they're just looking at value so much of the time.
True. Well, partially true. You said stick to your guns, right? I mean, I think Farah has a rocket launcher. I'm not quite sure she has guns there
Stick to
personally.
your weapons.
There we go. Yeah, that jump jet has a lot of value around this map, especially on the first point. There's a tower, right, looming over the first point that I think you can get a lot of cheeky angles looking around using a pharmacy. And I think that could be what ESU really needs to either put the nail in the coffin for this Arcadia team or vice versa. Because, I mean, we've seen, obviously, Arcadia run the pharmacy. And that's who really needs it. But, I mean, it's beneficial for both sides when you're attacking.
And Arcadia is still putting together their first attacking comp. But we do have a look at the Warriors composition. And they are keeping Michael on that Reaper. Not something a lot of players would opt for on a hybrid defense, especially on the opening objective, but I do love the rest of their composition, really not making a lot of changes, keeping Halbert on this Soldier 76 because they probably hedged their bets that Vayu was going to be playing the Pharah, and I do love how Vayu is taking the fight here, going on the Pharah, having Icing them with the Mercy Pocket. I feel like this composition actually gets them very competitive up against ESU.
Oh my gosh, Vayu actually going through a tear, taking out Halbert, and that's the only hit scan. They don't really have much to defend with else here, unless if Michael gets something cheeky, and he is. Vayu just sitting in front of Michael, and Michael saying, well, I'm just going to kill you if you're going to sit there, bud.
Yeah, they've got a resurrect they could use, but it looks like those team members are just a little too far away and they will wait for them to get back from spawn. So that original opening that Vayu gained by taking down the hit scan at Halbert completely negated. Michael able to somehow close the distance and get within shotgun range of this Pharah. But here we go again, coming right back in, gets the boop on the high ground. That's a big first step in every fight that they're going to need. But already an early flux from Vanilla Jack. Everyone else sitting at about 60% of their ultimate. Jack just dropping the Sigma ultimate. Not the fastest one to charge up, but already at 30% to the next one. Jack is just lacing in those hyper spears, banking them off these walls into 4 or 5 members of Arcadia who are just stuck in this choke. It's going to be very difficult for them to get through if Jack keeps this up.
Man, you were not kidding about the Jack attack, Berkeley, because it is strong and it is prominent right now in this composition. Having your ultimate out that fast, especially as the Sigma, is pretty special on the side of ESU Warriors. Arcadia keep finding 1 or 2 picks, but they're not really advancing on it. I think Vayu is doing a great job of hanging and finding corners around this house, finding angles, but I think Vayu needs to push that advantage a little bit more and trust Icy to follow, because ESU Warriors just keep stuffing them back behind this bridge.
And Arcadia has decided that a Reinhardt on attack needs a Lucio, and I couldn't agree more, but now you've got the Lucio Mercy healing. It might not be enough for your tanks, but as long as you deal with the biggest threat on the other team, you're always looking good. Michael goes down early in this fight. Vayu trying to open up an angle here to drop the barrage. Disabato, though, counters this fight with a Diva self-destruct that finds 2. And now Arcadia are just tooth and nail trying to stay in this fight, but it looks like the tanks are stuck in no man's land, and this one's a wrap.
Yeah, unfortunately, that is the synergy that we're talking about, that we preluded this entire set with. You desperately require it if you're going to push as a team. And as we just saw, Arcadia had 2 go right, 2 go left, and 2 die. So they were just sitting ducks, waiting for the Warriors to pick apart. Another Gravitic Flux coming out from Vanilla Jack, and the rest of the ESU Warriors will try to push in on that. The Rocket Barrage coming out as a retaliation method by Vayu, but not really finding any value from Vayu. Now we're going to see the Amplification Matrix come online. They're pushing in, but it's going to be halted almost immediately by the biggest Death Blossom you've seen in the Navigators division. Michael dropping from the heavens and sending him straight to hell with the Hellfire shotguns.
And Arcadia just looking stuck here, not sure how to navigate this first choke. They're still on this Lucio Mercy composition, which just doesn't seem like it's got enough utility to give their tank line. It doesn't seem like they've got much of a Mercy pocket to damage boost in terms of a damage dealer right now. They are doing a good job here of boosting up that tack visor, and that'll deal with Jack. Jack has been menacing for ESU. He has really kept Arcadia at bay, but Disabato again, anytime Arcadia builds a little bit of momentum, Disabato comes in with a 3K.
Wow, and that, I have to say, that was a completely avoidable Diva ultimate. We are going to see the tactical visor come out, which is completely unavoidable in this situation. And Arcadia, unfortunately, will not find the first tick. ESU Warriors having a very heartfelt, strong defense coming out.
0-0.
And ESU, they've got all the momentum in this game, Nuke. They have not given up even a little bit of an objective now in 2 back-to-back points, winning that last round of Busan 100-0, getting the full hold to start Eichenwald. I mean, at this point, we do have a break coming up after map 2, and that might be what Arcadia need, but right now you've just got to stay in this game. You don't get a break, you don't get a mental reset other than this little in-between rounds time that we've got. But right now, I would expect ESU to make very quick work of this attacking round because Arcadia doesn't seem to have any answers, and it seems like they will have to go up to the drawing board during the break to just try and find something that they could just do that makes this game a little bit more competitive against ESU, because round number 1 of Busan, Nuke, they had it, and it seems like ESU is the only team in this game that's adapted so far.
Right, and if you want to look at it under a microscope, right, I think Arcadia is doing a great job of actually playing proactively. For the most part, their positioning is not terrible. It's just when they get in the midst of these fights, when the fights really start hitting the fan, Arcadia starts hitting the ground. They're turning around. They're not synergizing well. It seems like their play falls apart. And when you're playing proactively, it's not just about the first step. That's not what's going to get you up the staircase. It's every consecutive step afterwards. And it feels like every time they get an inch, they just stop and hold. And they're looking for those full wipes instead of, one or two picks to get the advantage and push in, which is exactly how ESU is playing. And if this trend continues, ESU will come out on top.
And if Arcadia is one of these teams that watches their VODs back, they've got to really take note here of just how ESU makes space on the way in. Vayu's turret has found 2 kills in this fight, and even though Michael has picked off Red Panda Girl and is trying to find more in the backline, right now Arcadia still has the advantage, but ESU are just pushing in. They don't care that they're down a member in this fight. They know Michael's back there. He's got to be menacing. He's got to take down the backline and nuke this one. Is over on Eichenwald. It would take a miracle from Arcadia at this point.
I mean, it only takes, honestly, a Red Panda Girl to take out Michael, but the damage has been dealt, and ESU Warriors will take Eichenwald very convincingly, not nearly as close as that first map. And I think it comes down to, once again, being proactive and how you push. Michael with the play of the game.
Yeah, we can just watch in silence as this Death Blossom, no one sees it coming.
Oh my lord.
Has the window too, and he rolls right through it to amp damage on both sides. That was a beautiful combo. You really don't see too many Baptistes combo their Amp Matrix with a Death Blossom from a Reaper, just throwing it right into the middle of the other team. It seems like that's a waste if you don't see the Reaper coming, but Michael, he's been tearing up this lobby. He's got to be stopped somehow, Nuke. Before we go to our break, what do you think is the best way Arcadia has, just any chance they've got to deal with Michael?
I mean, if you go back and you watch Michael's POV and their attack and their onslaught of the offense, Michael did a great job of just taking inch by inch by inch. And I tell folks this all the time, there's something to be learned from other types of games that you can translate into your main game. And in this sense, you could take it from Valorant or CSGO. If you're holding an angle or if you get an advance to a point, they're not going to push you. That's exactly what Michael did, pushed up to the pillar and was dancing around the pillar, trying to shoot at the enemy Torbjorn, and then eventually wrapped around and took out both of the healers. It's a storied tale that you can now learn from on the side of Arcadia. I think Arcadia needs to replicate and have a much stronger reactive game if they're going to win this set.
Well, we'll see how they respond as we're going to be heading to Rialto next, but before that, a short break, chat. Stick around. All right, everybody, welcome back here to the NECC Overwatch. Game number 2 of the night here for us. The ESU Warriors right now up 2-0 over Arcadia, and the story has just been Jack and Michael
Oh,
destroying
yeah.
Arcadia. It's been pretty difficult. Arcadia, it seems like they've got problems up front. We're going to be going to Rialto next. I'm sure that Jack is probably going to be sticking on the Sigma, and Michael has no reason to change off of the Reaper. But Nuke, uh, before we took our break, he made the point that it doesn't seem like many members of Arcadia are ready for Michael when he comes in on these flanks. They're not turning around enough. They
Mhm.
don't have someone designated to either turn around and counter him as he comes in, or the point you were making, be that piece of aggression for Arcadia and be a DPS player or an off tank that just goes in deep on flanks and tries to pick the back line the same time Michael's doing it.
Well, it's not even. I mean, yes, for sure. Everything that you said, I completely agree with because that was what I was getting at. But what I was also trying to convey was the fact that Arcadia just needs to move off of a pick. It seems like they keep getting picks with this academy team, and they're stopping and waiting for more picks. No, 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 no. You get that one pick, pedal to the metal. You're going full force. Get in there and force that 5v6, and 9 times out of 10 you're likely going to come out on top if you have that advantage. But Arcadia is just sitting and buying their time way too often, not finding more value out of getting 1 or 2 kills, and therefore that kill comes back and then they turn around and get wiped. And it's what's been happening. It happened a little bit on Busan, but it was very apparent on Eichenwald.
And here, what Arcadia is going to do, sides have swapped, by the way, so Arcadia will be defending first. They're the blue team, ESU now the attacking red team. They've thrown on a Reaper of their own. They are tired of that shotgun nonsense. They want a seat at the table that ESU is sitting at. And also, they've taken Chong from support and Nemo from tank and switched them. So anytime you switch a support and a tank like that, that really shakes up the tempo of your team. And Nuke, if they were having trouble moving in off of picks, maybe this is the lineup that'll actually get that job done.
I certainly hope so. Watching Michael on the Soldier 76 looks a little scary, though. Not as scary as Halbert getting that first pick on Vayu, which could be what opens this game wide open for ESU. Arcadia still stuck on the defense, but playing this corner exceptionally well. Great hook coming out from Chong, who's now switched over to the tank side. Nemo, like you said, will be on the healer, specifically Baptiste.
Chong has landed his first 2 hooks so far. DiSabato just closes in a Red Panda Girl with nowhere to run. Michael in the front door, DiSabato going up top, and they just collapse onto that kill. Vayu counters one back, able to take down Michael as Michael was trying to get up on that high ground, but Vayu has done a lot in his power to keep this one close tonight. And I love seeing them on the Reaper here just to try and keep it even closer, but now it looks like the attackers are still relentless. That self-destruct goes in, put in a good spot, but finds no eliminations. But there with the pistol in pilot form, DiSabato takes down Running Gamer. It looks like this one still favors the attacking ESU team as they've only got meters to go to get that first point.
I mean, look at this masterclass we're seeing from ESU in alt economy. They use the self-destruct, they throw it in, get a lot of space, then we see the backfield dropped immediately so that they can continue this push. This is just great coming out from the Warriors. Dragon Strike almost online from Halbert. Trying to find a cheeky pick, gonna find it actually on Red Panda Girl, and I see him! The 2K, the double for trouble. Halbert keeping the namesake and just shoving that spear in the back line.
Do not peek Halbert. He's looking so sharp he could cut someone out there. Taking down 2 eliminations early in this fight, going to get a lot of free ground on this payload. Chong trying to get this high ground locked up for this Arcadia squad. If they could just make their stay on this staircase, that might be the most powerful spot for them to be in, but Chong goes down. A headshot. And it just seems like it's headshot after headshot from Halbert. Michael ends this fight with a 4K visor, very flashy. The DPS players on the side of ESU are firing on all cylinders.
So how many ultimates did ESU just use in that fight, Berkeley?
They used 3. Chase Nuclear Nukem.
Yeah, and I'm telling you right now, Berkeley, Alt Charge Stevens, the alt economy from this team is what is continuing this push and leaving them dominant on top. At this point, if I'm Arcadia, it's coming down to the synergy of ultimates above all else. They're going to need to use this Gravitic Flux with something to find value, because just leaving it up to Trong to get these hook picks is not going to cut it. Vayu now sitting on point with Death Blossom, looking to find an in, sitting at 97 health. That's going to be really low. We are going to see Vanilla Jack try to pop the Gravitic Flux. Trong coming low, but Vayu now popping the Death Blossom in the backline, and they're going to grab the Mercy. The Mercy barely getting alive and getting out after getting hooked by Trong, followed up by the melee. That was really, really close. Self-destruct now coming out on point. Gonna find it in the form of the Icy Nim. That was a very chilly self-destruct. Panda Girl now pushing it in, trying to stop the onslaught coming from the ESU Warriors. But Arcadia is having such a hard time doing it. Trong now gonna pop the whole hog, trying to push ESU back as far as possible and allow time for Arcadia to come back to this payload.
And this final bit of Rialto third point can be so difficult for the attackers to get, as of course the spawns are close, but also you've got to come in and enter this building that's almost like a 2 CP point. But they just let those ultimates fall. They have so many to burn. Another tack visor that finds 3. Trying to get more is Michael, but the payload just meters away from the finish line will find its destination with 3 minutes 41 up on the clock.
That is a lot of change that ESU has in their back pocket, and Arcadia certainly has a mountain to climb. But I think that I think in terms of mechanics, watching both of these teams, they're actually very similar mechanically. Arcadia just struggling to get the momentum that they need on ESU, and the synergy is unfortunately not quite where they need it.
Yeah, I would have to agree. It seems like this team, you were alluding earlier to their aggression where they don't quite take the advantage that a pick gets them. And also, it seems like only a couple members on this Arcadia team know how to combo ultimates and rely on each other. And Overwatch is a 6-player game for a reason, and we are seeing that kind of depth from ESU where it's not looking like they have any weak link in a role or in a player. The players are all working together, using the shields from their tanks, using the space that Michael creates on flanks. It seems like they're all just very in tune with the tempo that they play at.
Berkeley, I'm looking through the lineup, and do you want to know the only team that ESU has lost to this entire season?
Boise State Varsity, Legends Division. Who is it?
No, Huntington Esports, and they lost 2-3 against Huntington. And if you've watched our broadcast with Berkeley and I casting, you would know Huntington is a team that punches up. They definitely know what they're doing, and they play these really, really extreme strats for a Navigators Division team. So it is a statement to see that ESU has lost them, but 2-3, which is incredibly close.
Yeah, I would have loved to see that game live. Huntington, they're in their first season as a program here in the NECC, and they come into games in the Navigators Division, and you can't practice to play against them unless you're just like, hey, scrim partner, do the craziest Symmetra teleporters out of spawn you can possibly think of. And that's the only way you can possibly prepare for Huntington. But right now, ESU, not much to say. They're locking down this payload. They lost a member in that last fight, but they just give up some space. Nuke, we always say backing up is overpowered, and now they've backed up to maybe the strongest corner on this objective.
Yeah, one of the strongest corners in this entire map, in my opinion. Backing up and playing these angles, I mean, that's what we've seen from ESU all set. They have a strong game sense of playing this line of sight, whereas Arcadia struggling to find picks because ESU is doing such a good job of playing around these corners and using natural cover. Red Panda Girl trying to look for a pick, and honestly playing LOS extremely well on these 2 doorways. When I say LOS, I mean line of sight, obviously playing around the natural buildings that are on the map and not requiring a shield or a main tank to be in front of you.
Chong has built up those Wrecking Ball mines, so that's a very good engagement tool. But right now, DeSabato up on the high ground, able to take down Red Panda Girl with an alt fire. Michael popping another tack visor. Only gets 1 kill there. Transcendence hooked off. Invulnerability won't save you from an icy dip in the Rialto streams. Unfortunately, no Overwatch character knows how to swim. Maybe we'll get that in Overwatch 2.
Not even Nemo on the Zenyatta, unfortunately. And that would be an interesting mechanic, getting an aqua-based hero that could swim in the water. That'd be pretty cool. Not as cool as Chong hitting Deadly Pants with the best thing you could. The ball, the mines coming out on point. Arcadia now having to back up, but the tactical visors coming online. Gonna find one, gonna find two. Red Panda Girl now pressing Q and pressing the advance, making ESU shake a little bit as they're gonna have to regroup if they want to recontest.
My favorite part there, as Nemo finds his third of the fight, is Red Panda Girl popped that tac visor, understood the ultimate, and just didn't even try to put the crosshair on anyone, was just looking above everyone's head, just like, I'm just trying to get everyone in the circle. It always looks so silly to me as the Flux comes out now. Final stand here on the first point for ESU. They find 3 quick kills, and that should be the fight secured, but Vayu may be sneaking around on Sombra. Could get a very cheeky back cap if ESU just is over-aggressive.
Yeah, I really like Sombra EMP having, a lot of depth in these fights. A fight can quickly just turn around with an EMP in the middle, canceling all ultimates or current abilities that are being used. And I think Vayu might be able to do something for Arcadia, trying to look for a back cap, I think, but noticing that they have Deadly Pants on point. Deadly Pants will get hacked. We did cut away a little bit. We are going to see the whole hog come out from ESU as they're trying to press their advantage, looking for Nemo. Oh, and Disapado will find Nemo. And Michael finding that, finding the teleport coming out from Vayu. Vayu a little confused, needing to lay down another.
Yeah, and I think Michael just heard that second one get sent down. He immediately went looking for it. Now Michael popping the tac visor from a relatively safe spot here as overtime is already ticking away, and this is a best of 5 nuke. This is going to be over if ESU is actually able to get this full hold for the second map in a row.
It seems as though they will. The strat coming out from Disapado, turning that sensitivity all the way up and spinning around, trying to take out those mines as fast as possible. They are still contesting for the moment as Chong is trying to buy time. Will any of the other members get there? That won't happen, and the ESU Warriors will win in a fell swoop against Arcadia Academy.
A very good game here from the ESU Warriors. They will advance to a 5-1 record. A team to watch if you're a fan of the Navigators division. Arcadia, this was the night they were hoping to turn their season around. If they picked up a win here, I mean, that sways the whole season anytime you beat a top contending team. But Michael, play of the game, my player of the match. Nuke, I don't know about you, but if you have any honorable mentions or if you agree, now's the time, man. Let me hear it.
Yeah, usually I try not to go with DPS for player of the match because I think their job is pretty implied in terms of Overwatch. So typically I'm giving it to the sports and the tanks, the unrung, true ringers of the match. But honestly, Michael had so much pressure in this entire set against Arcadia. I got to give it to Michael as well, with the honorable mention going to Vanilla Jack, which I'm sure is probably your honorable mention as well.
Yeah, definitely just what Jack was doing on Eichenwald. And from watching this team previously, I knew Jack was going to bring a lot to the table, but I was not expecting Michael to step up and play the kind of Overwatch he did tonight. Just every single map in complete control, whether it was on Reaper or whether it was on Soldier 76. He was a man possessed, could not be stopped anytime. You're the player that can't be stopped. You deserve the MVP.
Man, Berkeley, I want to cast the Warriors versus Huntington in grand finals of Navigators division. I'm calling it now. I'm thinking that's going to be the grand finals. Both teams are insane, and after watching the Warriors performance tonight, I can tell why.
Yeah, I can too. I mean, it seemed like they played that level of Overwatch that would go toe-to-toe with a team like Huntington. Completely different style than Huntington. I mean, Huntington is just like, they throw the kitchen sink at you every game, and there is no way to prepare for it. But what I see from ESU is just a team that has all the weapons throughout their lineup to just be consistent week after week after week. And you can tell that they play great fundamentals of Overwatch. They aggress like you should, like you were alluding to, where you just inch away at the map, go up corner to corner. You play that way, you're going to be oppressive all night. I think this is a team that just gets better and better. And Huntington, even though they look so good, Nuke, funky strats can only get you so far. And that is something, even though it's difficult, that is something a team like ESU can prepare for.
Very true. And, Arcadia, not to say they played terribly at all, that it was a great set. I think there's a couple of things that need tweaked, right? And I think this would be an awesome set to just sit down and VOD review and look at both sides. Look at how ESU was responding to everything they were doing and look at what they were throwing at ESU and maybe where some of those mishaps were. But I think they can definitely turn their season around. They're very, very close to doing so.
And next week, hopefully, it's their week to start getting this ship righted and put back on the right path. But Nuke, our next game, game number 3 of the stream tonight, is going to be Grandview versus the ISU Redbirds. Still sticking around here in the lower divisions. I believe this next one is Emergence, correct?
You're 100% right. It's the Emergent Cyan division. GV Vikings currently 3-2 with their team going up against the Redbird Red team, which currently won 5. And this is obviously the Redbirds' secondary team, I believe, same as Grandview. So this will be a scrap on both ends. It's kind of funny. We're at St. Ambrose, which is right in the middle of these two, and we see them fighting a lot. And it's kind of like when your cousins are fighting and you're stuck in the middle of the family reunion, like when are you guys gonna quit? But I'm very eager to see what they throw at each other tonight, as we'll both be on mic for that cast coming up soon, right?
Yep, you and me again. Sticking around. One more game. You're not done with us yet, Chad, but you are done for a little bit. We've got a little bit of a break before we go into that next match. So get some water, make some food, get some popcorn, put it right in front of you, and meet us back here very shortly. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Or if for some reason you stuck with us through that whole break, just on in the background, and now we're finally making some audio again. I'm Berkeley Stevens, joined by Chase Nuclear Nukem, and we've got our second game of the night for you. Moving up a division into the Emergence Cyan division, we're going to have the Grandview Vikings versus the ISU Redbirds Red Team. Nuke, these are two programs that have teams at all different ranks. So even though this is a lower division, I'm expecting these teams to play some pretty high ranked looking Overwatch. What about you?
Yeah, I think if you sit down for just a little bit, Berkeley, and play with your main players on your main roster and sit and watch their practices, study their VODs with them, you could learn a lot of strategy and synergy going into these games because you've watched your varsity roster and how they play with each other. So I think while we are in the emergence division, if they can pull some strats out of their back pocket, they can win.
I think that's absolutely right. I mean, they definitely learn from their other teams. And of course, both of these programs have some of the best coaches, at least for Overwatch teams in the entire country. The Redbirds took collegiate esports by storm just a few semesters ago, kind of shaking how everyone kind of views what you can make a college esports team into. Their varsity team were just like, any contenders players looking to get a degree? So not only are these players just learning from, some higher ranked players on their varsity roster, they're learning from players who play the game professionally, Nuke. And that is just something that not a lot of players have access to, especially not a lot of players in the emergence or let's say navigators division. So we might see some insane strats tonight. I'm hoping it's not just fundamentals versus fundamentals. I hope we see something flashy.
I would certainly hope so, especially coming from these two teams. You said it best. They both have players that have gone on to do some pretty incredible things. We're going to take a look over at the lineup over at Grandview first. We got Jerryman, Dean of Mean, Soren, Draco Lords, Bits, and Dex 99. And their head coach is obviously Eno, Nate Ragsdell. Next, we're going to head over to Redbird Red. And what are we seeing over there, Berkeley?
Well, we've got Fonny Bear, who's going to be playing support this game, followed by Core, who will be on the tank role. Then we have Ghostly and Horus. Those are going to be the damage dealers for the Redbird Red team tonight. Pasta, the other support player. And finally, Spirit, who I do believe is going to be our main tank tonight. Either that or Core, but I do believe we're going to be seeing Spirit throwing up most of the shields this one for the Redbirds. And Maps, Nuke, if you're just joining us, we're going to be kicking it off on Busan. And then where are we going to?
Next, we're heading over to Eichenwald. Then we'll be heading down to Rialto. Next, we'll be heading over to Numbani if we get that far. And I honestly don't think that we will, right? I mean, it's a potential. We could. Next, we have Oasis. And then finally, we're ending it in Unana down to Havana.
I love it. The tiebreaker being a payload. Nuke, we have not seen a map 6 all year. I don't think this is the matchup where we're going to get our first map number 6, but I think there's a fair chance we can get over to Numbani. I mean, especially given the fact that Busan, Eichenwald, and Rialto aren't very standard in terms of like, if you run a comp on Busan, you're going to run that comp on Eichenwald and Rialto, and that'll be the story of the night. Busan, Eichenwald, and Rialto, you can run dive, you can run poke, you can run brawl at different points, like on Mecha Base we saw in the first game. So, depending on the strengths of these teams, I know that the Redbirds are definitely the underdog in this one, but it still seems like if a map plays to your strengths, you can definitely steal it off of a better team.
I 100% agree with you. I think that there's a lot of flexibility in terms of picks looking at these maps. And while we are looking downtown, we could start in a very different position. And actually, coincidentally enough, we will actually start downtown. Looking at both rosters, looking like Redbird Red wanting to pull out the wheels and ride the dive composition,
Five,
while Grandview
4,
Vikings will be looking at a
3,
much more
2,
traditional brawl route.
1. Round 1.
And I'm a huge fan of the Redbird Red composition. It's a very, let's say, high-ranked composition in terms of how you have to just go about your micros with this composition, following up on hacks, making sure you get something into the backline that you get the abilities taken away of, and then the tanks can just collapse on it. Fonny Bear hits the speed, but Jerry with the opening elim here, headshots down Ghostly, and quickly the rest of the Redbirds fall.
Wow, that is exactly what we were talking about earlier, Berkeley. If you caught our last game, we had some issues with getting a pick and then capitalizing off of it. Grandview not mirroring those issues whatsoever. Jerryman getting a headshot immediately on Ghostly, and the rest of the Grandview Vikings pushing in on their onslaught and taking out the Redbird team to cap point first. Do you think that this heavily sways in the favor of Grandview just off of that first fight?
Oh my god, I mean, if Jerry is able to just headshot one of the smallest headshot hitboxes in all of Overwatch, 2 for 2 on back-to-back shots like that, it's going to be very difficult for the Redbirds tonight because you are relying on your Sombra. Ghostly now switches over to the Cole Cassidy. That composition heavily relies on Sombra getting that opening hack and then the tanks being able to pounce on it quickly. So I like how the Redbirds just waste no time and they have a backup composition ready. Jerry, you can't peek him. Keep your feet moving. Horus does not, and Horus is cut down.
Scary Jerry, the geriatric, doing everything possible to keep the Grandview Vikings, the dominant red team, you know, putting Redbird Reds in the red. Another one on a Horus. Oh my gosh, I retract my statement I had mentioned earlier, Berkeley. I said, you know, at this division, I really don't think that anyone should be playing Widowmaker. And I don't know if Jerry was just watching the stream earlier and said, you know, I'm going to prove you wrong, Nuclear. But he is going through an absolute rip and tear on the Redbirds roster.
I wish I could see what his scoped crit accuracy is because this man has not missed many a shot tonight, and I don't know if it's going to start anytime soon. So Maywall's thrown up. Jerry hits another headshot. If you're watching the kill feed as Pasta gets sent back to spawn. Jerry with another body shot there on the Fawny there. Both supports on the side of the Redbirds are cut down. It is the Jerry show tonight, folks, as Grandview are taking over Busan downtown, and it is Jerry headlining the marquee.
100%. Oh, and falling down. Ghostly immediately falls into... oh my gosh, falls into a remake. Jerry getting a kill on the Lucio, and there's just so much happening. Grandview Vikings are shredding Redbird Red right now, and they have no response for this Widowmaker.
And the map pool tonight, not a lot of teams can break out a Widow like that. I don't think Busan has many more points. Maybe Sanctuary, probably not here on Mecha Base, at least not quite as effective, but Jerry was a showstopper that last round, and I would believe he continues to play this hero on Eichenwald, on Rialto. He can get away with it on New Bonnie. The first four maps of this map pool, he should just be running the table.
Jerry did switch over briefly to the Cole Cassidy now. You know, hovering Symmetra, that may be the pick here. And if the accuracy is as clean as it was on Widow, this laser could be an issue for Redbird Red as we do head into Mecha Base. Redbird Red opting as well to keep the same comp that they had the last time. They're going to run with it again. Maybe it works without having a Widowmaker picking apart their backline like Jerryman was doing. Jerryman, yes, switching over to the Cole Cassidy, so the aim will still be online. Playing around this corner beautifully, Redbird Red trying to create an opportunity. Spirit, it looks like the Immortality Field will get dropped in the Earth Shatter coming out immediately? What? Draco Lord immediately hitting the Earth Shatter and capitalizing for the rest of Redbird, or for the rest of Grandview. Redbird now caught on the back foot.
Yeah, Dracolords, look at that ult charge. Already pretty much tied with Spirit here. Spirit locked down the corner, held up the shield for the team. That is a job of the Reinhardt, but Dracolords just comes in swinging for the fences, takes complete control of Spirit on the main tank, not only backs down Spirit, but never stops there, but Spirit comes away with a nice fire strike, scorching Dex through that Ant Matrix, and that buys a little bit of space for Redbird here. They've got to capitalize quickly. Ghostly with another kill there onto Jerry. This is the best chance they've had all night at a fight victory, and it's two more there for Pasta and Ghostly. It looks like this could be the first flip for the Redbirds.
I very much believe it will be. I mean, it's a 5v3 situation. Horus now pushing in, finding one, looking for the second in the form of Fawny Bear. Sorry, the form of Dex99, gonna take it out now. And the first flip will happen in this series, Redbird Red taking it. Grandview, though, was able to get 40% on the board, and the ult economy is looking pretty clean all across the board.
I like what Redbird is doing here, just, you know, amping up the aggression a little bit. They can't get caught out, though. A big slam, Spirit. Disgusting, finds 3 shatter stuns there, but they've only got 1 elimination out of it, and Bits, in the meantime, dives into the backline, taking down Pasta and Ghostly, following with another kill onto Fawny Bear, and Bits takes over this fight, and should surely get the point back for the Vikings.
You know, a point that we had not even discussed, Berkeley, is when you have a team that is, you know, a academy team or a second roster on your roster that can learn from your main roster. Oftentimes, when you're at this point in the season, if someone on your main roster or your secondary roster has poor grades, or the immediately turnaround. I'll get to that in a second, but Spirit dropping the shield, and we're gonna see the Lucio beat drop to follow suit as well as the backfield. Redbird Red really looking on the offensive here. Grandview Vikings does not have much in their back pocket to utilize, but they seem to be getting picked apart one by these birds. Grandview, the Vikings are now falling in a fail swoop to the Redbirds as they push in, take point once more. As I was saying, to just quickly go back to that point, Berkeley, this is a very comparable time of the year. A lot could happen between these rosters, and truthfully, we could see some of the main players playing on the Redbird Red roster or vice versa, but it definitely looks like both of these teams have learned from their main roster counterparts, and it is showing.
Yeah, the Grandview Vikings definitely playing up to par here. Jerry's High Noon finds 2 through that Ant Matrix. Jerry's not done there, though, with a kill onto Horus in addition, finding 3 in this fight on his own. And it looks like Grandview, they've got this flip in the palm of their hands, but it's not quite final fight as they're sitting at 77%. Redbird will get another attempt here.
This is some back and forth action. We are seeing some insane volleys come out from both sides as Ghostly decides to swap over to the Soldier 76, maybe get some extra healing out for the Redbirds roster as they try to push in this final point. Spirit does have Earth Shatter, but it is going to get stunned out, and it's going to fall Jerry Man with the clutch stun and taking and picking apart Spirit. Now Bits is going to get the remake kill on Horus. Dean of Mean will follow suit, and man, Grandview Red taking this first map convincingly.
Yeah, I mean, Redbirds were able to get a couple of flips there in point number 2, but this first map of Busan could tell the tale of this game. Dracolord's here with a massive shatter, the freeze onto the dive tank. Sorry, no shatter. Just this man hardly ever holds up the shield. It's hard to tell what he's gonna do, but you know it's gonna be a ton of damage.
Swinging, big swinging out there, and that's what you love to see from a top-tier Reinhardt player. Yeah, Draco Lords did a fantastic job on both of those maps, but I think the man to talk about is the Jerry variety. Correct me if I'm wrong here, Berkeley.
Yeah, definitely the showstopper. And it was a similar story last game where the DPS player for ESU, Michael, he was coming out, could not be stopped. And there, Jerry, same story, 2 different heroes. Instead of playing the Reaper and the Soldier 76 like Michael was doing, he looks unstoppable on a Widowmaker and Cole Cassidy. And that is scary, especially going into Eichenwald, where I would be shocked if Jerry doesn't pull out Widowmaker, at least on second point.
Yeah, and if you have as strong potential with these hit scans as what Jerry is currently showing us, there's a lot of variability to what you can switch to, right? Say the Grandview roster and these more payload-esque maps on both Hybrid and Escort have a hard time pushing these points and winning these fights, catching Redbird off guard. Grandview could have Jerry just switch over easily to an Ashe, and now they have a Bob in the mix with all of these headshots coming out. I think that the flexibility Jerry is showing while remaining consistent on these headshots is gonna keep the Vikings ahead in this set. Redbird Red really needs to find a response, and they have to find it now.
Yeah, they do. And what's interesting about this game so far, Nuke, is a lot of the timing usually comes from actions that your tank players are making. But in this, we're just seeing Jerry opens up with a pick, and that is just the green light for the rest of this Grandview Vikings team. And I mean, the weakness that we were seeing Arcadia have, like we keep saying, is they didn't capitalize on an elimination. They didn't hit that green light and go. But this Grandview team wastes no time. They smell blood in the water. They go hunting, and it is fun to watch just how quickly they get after kill.
Yeah, and Redbird isn't even playing awful at all. I mean, they are playing exceptionally well. It's just Grandview is edging them out so far on every single map. Gonna get a quick uh, pan over on the castle as we're heading over to Eichenwald, which we may see a little bit more from Draco Lords on this map. A little bit more sauce. Just got to reach in the fridge and grab it. Tell me, do you think that we're gonna see more brawl comps on this map, or do you think some dive might make an appearance?
Honestly, Nuke, I think Eichenwald is one of the best maps in the game for double shield. It's a bit of a crutch composition, but
Mm.
there's great pathways that the attacking team just has to navigate to that the defense can always keep space in between. But it looks like we're probably going to be going back to Rhine Diva most of this game. I'm pretty sure those are the comfort picks for both these teams. I know
Attackers incoming in
Dracolords
30
and Spirit,
seconds.
both Rhine players. And as we could see from that last map, if things are going the way they are for Dracolords and he's just able to swing the hammer nonstop and almost never shield, I wouldn't imagine he wants to play anything but this German Crusader.
Oh yeah, I mean that's exactly what we're seeing right now. Jerryman is hovering Symmetra again, but I have a strong feeling the Hanzo's gonna come out because that's exactly what he was hovering right before. Maybe the teleporter's gonna come out. They're gonna go for a cheeky strat first. I can see it. Yes, they are gonna wrap around
the
the
catwalk.
back. This is the synergy that you need from a team, and this could be a steamroll. Jerryman getting the teleporter online. They're gonna teleport left.
Jerry!
And my Lord Spirit with the 500 IQ read, charging with a spirited charge, killing Jerryman immediately in this fight. And Grandview tries to make a massive leap, but trips and falls on their face as we kick off Eichenwald.
That was a great play from Spirit. Doesn't stop there. Takes down both tanks as well. And that's what Spirit needed to do. Got a little bit bodied there on Busan Mecha Base, especially in that first engagement where Dracolords just won the race to the Shatter by a mile. Right here, Spirit showed up, changed the tempo of their team's play, and that honestly builds a lot of momentum for the Redbirds as they weren't able to win very many fights in Busan. So that's a great start for them here.
Oh, a beautiful start on their end. Redbird doing a great job of grouping up, and the synergy from both teams is being immaculate. Dracolords 96% to Earth Shatter, gonna come online. So is the Batfield, looking for a cheeky flank, and gonna find all five! Pushing on point now is Grandview, doing everything they can. The Redbird roster trying to stay alive. Self-destruct will come out, not find anyone. Horus gonna take down Jerryman, and they're actually gonna trade Jerryman, also taking down Horus. We're getting a top-down view now of point, so you know exactly what's going on in the action. Dean of Mean trying to stay on for the cap. It is a 3v2 situation. The beat's gonna get dropped on the side of the Vikings, and the immortality pill will get dropped as well. Self-destruct coming online as they're pushing back Redbird Red, dropping the beat of their own and beating back all of the Vikings to whom they came from.
It's gonna take more from the Redbirds here. Ultimates expended, but none of them finding a ton of value as the Blizzard comes out for Dean of Mean, and that'll certainly seal it here as the Redbirds are frozen in their tracks and ticks begin to be taken. And it looks like there won't be much of a contest here for the Redbirds as there is just too much distance between spawn and the first objective, and that'll throw up over 4 minutes on the clock as we make our way into the streets phase. But Grandview, they invested heavily there. They used everything but Jerry's pulse bomb, so this could be an economy fight coming up, Nuke. We might see their momentum taken away from them if Redbirds get an early fight win, but Grandview just choosing to invest ultimate after ultimate to stay in the fight. Jerry throws the pulse bomb, but who makes the better play but Core with the eat up with the Matrix, and then from the top turnbuckle, Dracolords comes in with a pin onto Horus. The Shatter finds nothing but a blue barrier. And now it's just an even fight, 5 versus 5, but Ghostly goes down in a duel against Jerry. Spirit getting battered here, backed up, has the Shatter, but no time to use it, and the Grandview Vikings continue to advance through Eichenwald.
Please, I have to have just the wrong notes here. My eyesight is going poor, but is this Emergence? Are we sure this is Emergence? Are we positive?
Yeah, I mean, this is Emergence, but both of these teams are running mirror comps. They're speed boosting their Reinhardts. It's some fundamental Overwatch. It's nothing flashy, but it is fantastic to watch.
I don't know what you're talking about, Berkeley! The massive Earth Shatter comes online from Spirit yet again, pushing in, and this is insane! Fundamentals are apparent, but I am telling you, man, the strats from both of these teams are coming out. Even the cheeky plays we're seeing from Grandview, trying to use these sim teleporters to their advantage, and the back and forth brawl action is nothing short of spectacular coming from both of these teams, and I think both of our analysis was right at the beginning of the set. They have learned a thing or two from their main teams 100%.
And it's nice to see this map kind of turn around after Busan, where Grandview was not given much of a challenge from the Redbirds, but here Redbirds are playing Eichenwald phenomenally well, just putting fight after fight right into Grandview, swinging for the fences in a heavyweight bout. But here, Hasta opens up with another first pick. Both tanks go down on the side of the Vikings, and it looks like they've got no hope left in this fight. They're choosing to back out with a speed boost, and that's certainly the smart play.
Very smart. At the same time, we are seeing Bits jump off the edge, deciding to end it and regroup with the rest of the roster as necessary. A minute and 45 seconds left on the clock. Redbirds still have some time to defend, and the Vikings have a little bit of a ways to go. Ghostly sitting with this high noon do a lot for the roster, though, and we are going to see Matrix popped. We're going to see the Earth Shatter dropped from Draco Lords as they're pushing in, but the Immortality Field will save a majority of the roster. Draco Lords falling low, and Core putting the nail in the coffin. Spirit trying to get a cheeky dive, but going to go right into an ice block. And then right immediately next into a self-destruct. 1 and 2. It's getting nuclear out here, all charge. And Grandview Vikings are looking like they're going to make this push happen.
Yeah, reaching deep into the tank to find the resources necessary to get this second point. And they started with over 4 minutes on the clock, and the Redbirds were able to chip away 3 minutes of that. If they can put up a good defense here on our third point, chip off the rest of the clock, it actually gives them a solid win condition if they're eventually able to complete this map.
It's like we talked about before, Berkeley. The last part of Eichenwald here is almost like a 2 CP. You have to get a full wipe because that spawn is incredibly close.
Big shadow there, I love it. Spirit just keeps on laying them down, following up with the damage himself. It's that fire strike, swinging for the fences to connect onto Dean of Mean. And that takes down the damage dealers on the side of the Vikings. Vikings, again, I like what they're doing. They just go for quick resets when they go down a couple of members, and they get the most fights possible out of each map. And now, going right back in. Everyone's back in. Jerry throws a pulse bomb. That one connects onto Pasta. But still, it looks like the main tank, Dracolords, struggling with resources. The Diva Bomb goes in, and it's gonna blow up Spirit. Now there's a free shatter on the doorstep for Dracolords. No shield in the way. And this just could be Eichenwald completed.
They are doing a great job of staggering the rest of the Redbird roster as they retreat back to the nest. And Grandview still on the ship, pushing through. Draco Lords with the cheekiest shatter you've seen, but it doesn't connect. Unfortunately, Beat will get dropped. Blizzard will follow suit on both sides, sitting on payload. They're trying their best to knock everyone off, and they're doing a great job of it. Redbirds are looking like they're going to hold here. Grandview looking a little fractured. Jerryman, though, following up with a great pulse bomb on Bonnie Baron. Spirit going to take out 2 in the form of Dynamine and Soren.
Spirit, again, locking in a defense. Another fight for the Redbirds, just doing as much as he possibly can to keep this team alive and give them a good win condition. You don't want to give up too much time on the clock for the Vikings, as they will certainly continue to run the table in this game. But this is no Busan. This is no map number 1 that we just saw. This is a different story, as the Redbirds have really upped their game as we've headed over to our hybrid map. And it looks like they might not be done here. They're investing early, but giving up nothing as the Grandview Vikings. Dracolords moves in, cleaves away some damage onto the front line, and Jerry pounces on the left side flank, going in now to the back line, trying to distract the heals, lands the pulse bomb onto Spirit, and now there's nothing in the way, but Dracolords does actually fall, but he won't be able to get off that free Earth Shatter. It's actually going to be a 5v5. Close to the third point finish line. The sound barrier dropped by Fawny Bear to keep the Redbirds supported in this fight. More ultimates invested now as Bits lets go of self-destruct, but it should be a blizzard from Horus that freezes up everyone on the Vikings, and this is inescapable.
Yeah, Ghostly trying to throw out a pulse bomb of their own, and right before these blizzard kick off, Jerryman actually getting another pulse bomb on Ghostly. That is 2 in 1 fight. Jerryman is, like I said earlier, geriatric, doing insane amounts of damage, but it will not be enough. Redbird Red will hold on Eichenwald.
Score.
And I love it. That's the kind of Overwatch Redbird Red needed to play here on map number 2. If you wait to do this until map number 3, it's probably too little too late. You might have lost your hope in the game, but this doesn't just give them some momentum. It gives them that mental idea that, hey, we know we're the underdog in this game by far, but we just kept Grandview from completing the map. We have a very clear-cut win condition, and when that's in front of you, when that's on the table, it looks so much easier to take.
Oh, cut out a little bit there, Berkeley, but you're 100% right. The maps have been so even so far in Eichenwald. It's been pretty insane.
And here
Heading
on the
into this.
sorry about that.
Hey,
Nick.
you're back.
Here
no,
on the
you're
defense.
back. I just love that you're back. What were you
I
gonna
didn't know
say?
I left.
Attackers incoming in 30
You were cutting out a
seconds.
little bit. What were you mentioning there?
How, for the first time all night, the Redbirds have a clear-cut win condition. And that, even
Oh,
though
yeah.
Busan, it was very lopsided, when this is on the table now, when the Redbirds can actually see, we just have to get the second point and then 67 meters, it looks so much more obtainable than coming back in a game where it was just looking like the Grandview Vikings were going to run away with it.
Well, let's see if they can continue to run. They may run away with it now. Redbird Red trying to make the advantage, trying to get this push, and they will keep this roster that's been working exceptionally well for them thus far this evening. Ooh, they are going to get walled off, trying to get a cheeky charge. Spirit's going to go in with the airline, but that's going to be Jerryman finding the rockets on Spirit. Spirit will fall. That will be a reset from Redbird Red. This first point is one of the harder points to get through, and it looks like they're going to just build alt charge at first, which I'm sure you would agree is the best move.
It definitely is. And when you're an attacking team going up against a Mei with a Mei of your own, you have to do this. You have to get the wall off first so that Dean of Mean can't throw one up and stop your rotation. Here, they throw up the wall, waste no time, speed boost right to point, but Spirit, a little overzealous, oversteps his bounds, gets in front of a Mei wall, and goes down, but Dracolords finds his way off the map somehow, so we've got a relatively even 5 versus 4 fight, still favoring the Vikings, and they're starting to run away with it here as Jerry pops the visor from the heavens and cleans everything up.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure if the visor was necessary, but they used it, and I would rather them use it than hold it, right? Because they do have a couple of ultimates coming on line 3 to be exact, and they did combine it with that Babfield Soren on the Baptiste. Redbird Red need to get some value out of the field of their own. Pasta sitting on it, and it will get popped as we talk about it. Ghostly also will now have the High Noon online. Grandview doing a great job of backing up playing point. That's going to give Redbird the opportunity to advance. Horus now just have Blizzard online. They're going to push on to point. Ghostly finding the first pick on Dean of Mean. Looks like the beat's going to get dropped from Dex, providing that much needed support for the side of Grandview. Redbird Red does have 4 ultimates online. Seems like both teams being very stingy. As I say that, we're going to see the Earth Shatter popped, followed suit by the self-destruct on either side. The Remix not going to take any kills thus far. Bonnie Bear pop the beat, drop it, lock it, polka dot it on point, and it looks like Redbird Red talk about going to take this point. Dean of Mean trying to get on, use Ice Block to get some distance. Bits exceptionally low. Core finding the kill on Dean of Mean. Bits now with the drop. Jerryman coming back with a tactical visor, trying to do everything to stop the Redbirds from taking this point, but will fall short. And this fight seems like it is going on forever. Grandview doing a great job of getting back in time to at least contest and run down this clock.
Yeah, and I like what they're able to do, just poking and prodding at this objective on the defensive side, getting more ultimates out of Redbird than they might have needed to take the point, but still, Redbird, that fight went on so long, you've got your ultimates back, you have 3 in the bank to use. Spirit just got that Earth Shatter to make it 4, but this is the hardest part of the map to navigate, is how do you get this defending team off of this castle when you've got a brawl comp? You can't just jump right up there, you've got to go underneath like we see the Redbirds doing. Up this staircase with a Mei wall on both sides can just seem insurmountable. Rotating around here, taking their time, are the Redbirds. They've got so many ultimates to use, and they're just waiting to pounce. And you can just tell they're bunkered up here trying to bait in the Vikings, and they do. Fitz the Diva goes to point, quickly frozen and demeched. A great play by the Redbirds there to bait out the off-tank on the Vikings. And this is a great opening for them, but the Vikings just staying strong up on the high ground. They know it's the spot to be.
Yeah, that was a great play from Soren as well, dropping the field. Redbirds had to back up almost immediately, and Redbirds, definitely baited it out a bit. Spirit now looking for the kill on Dex. Dex with an inkling of health left. Looks like they're gonna barely get out as none of the hit scans are able to find the target. That is an elusive Lucio if I've ever seen one. Spirit with the Earth Shatter now sitting on point, finding the kill on Dex. Was unable to find earlier. Core getting up on this high ground and causing some havoc, taking out 2 with Horus. And it looks like Redbirds will continue their push. That is the gamble you play when you split up your roster like we just watched Grandview do.
Spirit wanting to lay it down here. If there's any contest from the Vikings, Spirit is just going to dump an Earth Shatter and rock this objective with just 2 meters to go. I'm sure they'll invest anything to take it at this point. But the Vikings putting up a decent fight here, investing ultimates of their own, a sound barrier and the visor from Jerry, but Jerry gets dove by Core, who's been dueling him out all night, it seems. And that shatter comes in! Dracolords lays it down! Filthy play from the main tank from Grandview, and that'll clutch the point with just a meter to go. He swings for the fences and he hits it out of the park.
Swooping in like a dragon, Dracolord doing everything for this Grandview roster as they're looking to hold, and that opened up that fight. Now Jerryman did cause a lot of damage and forced Core to pull off of the main objective. Redbird Red now has 1 minute left to make this push, but they do have sort of the short route to take through the castle, and they do have a Blizzard online, which will get almost immediately thrown out. Not quite going to cover objective though, as the rest of the Redbird roster will be able to back up. Ooh, cheeky boop coming out from Dex99, knocking Horus off the map, and Redbird Red needing to back up now so they have time for a second touch.
And the way these fights have gone on and been a little bit scrappy at the ends of objectives, I would imagine this ends up being the last fight of the round, as long as it's not captured. I mean, the Redbirds, they've only got 1 ultimate to use here, and that's Pasta's Amp Matrix. I'm sure they're going to be trying to get a ton of value out of her ultimate from the support slot. Fonny Bear close with a sound barrier, but on the side of the Vikings, 5 ultimates on the board, and they're going to be falling like hourglass sand. Inevitable. You won't be able to stop it. It'll be an absolute onslaught. But here getting the first bit of tempo is the Redbirds, but surely it's not enough. Jerry, in an undivable spot, puts on the goggles. The visor doesn't miss, and that is Grandview locking up Eichenwald with a 2-1 victory.
Berkeley, I'm speechless. I don't know what to say. I mean, Grandview had 5 ultimates online, and in the end, they only needed 1 or 2. Play of the game to Dracolords. The insane Earth Shatter, hitting 5 or 6, maybe have hit everyone on that payload, and really turned the tides of the fight back in the favor of Grandview, as Redbirds were really looking like they were getting some momentum there, but Jerry quickly put an end to that.
Yeah, and he was the showstopper in round number 1 on Busan, and he stopped the show again on map number 2. But Dracolords with the play of the game, that was the clutch play that kept that payload before the second point. But Nuke, talking a little bit about Redbirds here before we go to our break, how much better did they look compared to Busan, and what changes did they make to make it happen?
Oh man, they look so much better. They were synergizing immaculately. They were playing around each other. It didn't seem like it was 1v1 v1 v1, right? They were forcing these 2v1 plays. They were getting the picks needed, and we saw a pretty cheeky play from them at the beginning with Spirit getting that insane dive or counter dive on Grandview, trying to Symmetra teleport in, that quickly caused Jerry to switch back onto the hit scan almost immediately in those fights. Redbird looking very strong. I mean, the Earth Shatters coming out from Spirit just alone were insane. Core diving that backline a lot more now that we're getting into these payload maps didn't allow Jerryman to just go on a spree for the most part. I mean, you could see on the Soldier 76 every time, except for that last fight, Jerry was ulting, Core was on them almost every time. So Redbird looking much stronger, but still not strong enough. They got to pump those weights a little more. Why, because I think we're going to go to a break, so I think they have some time to do so.
Yeah, we'll see you just after a break. Hopefully the Redbirds are able to steal a map off the heavyweights in the Emergence Division. We'll find out very shortly. All right, welcome back to the action here for game number 2. Berkeley, Alt Charge Stevens, joined by Chase, Nuclear Nukem. We're currently casting the Grandview Vikings versus the Redbirds Red, and it is a 2-0 scoreline so far as Grandview just eked out a win on Eichenwald. They didn't capture the whole map, but they gave up even less to the Redbirds. But Nuke, like we were saying before the break, it was a different story for the Redbirds this time around. How has this game changed since map number 1?
So in map 1, we saw the Redbirds, very back and forth with Grandview. They did a great job of getting on a par with the fights. The fights were looking clean. Jerry was coming out on top and just smacking the Redbird roster back and allowing a lot of opportunity for Grandview to just have 1 or 2 people on point holding it down. As we moved into the second map, the Redbirds seemed to get it together a lot better. We just saw more synergized play. We saw a lot more capitalizing on and utilizing ultimates at the same time. Obviously not overusing ultimates, but synergizing them with each other. And I think the mental fortitude on both of these rosters is probably some of the best in the entire Emergence division. But as you said, Berkeley, Redbird Red now sitting on their losing point, potentially Grandview. This will be winning point for them. And Rialto could go much differently than Eichenwald. Little bit of a difference in maps. Tell me, Berkeley, how do these two maps differ and how are they the same?
Well, they're the same in that you can get away with a Reinhardt Diva composition like we're going to see Grandview run it down mid with, at least for the first couple of fights here, but Redbirds are designing this map toward a double shield composition with more poke, and the sightlines are so linear. There's not these crazy flanks you can take or these high grounds that are a little bit out of the way of where main fights usually take place. So the Redbirds are going to be playing a poke composition here, which should work very well, but Grandview, even though they're running Brawl and they're going to have trouble closing the distance, it's not impossible. And they've got Jerry on the Ashe for those very narrow chokeways, and we'll see just what he can get done here. But Horus with the opening kill onto the mech of Bits before going down to Jerry, who already throwing in a dynamite, finding kill after kill. Look at him go, dropping greats like a clumsy waiter drops plates. Jerry is on a tear in this game.
I should have changed my name to Oracle because I prophesized this. I said if they find themselves in a pinch, Jerry will switch over to Ashe, and that's exactly what we saw. I think it was a bit of a bait at the beginning. Jerry started out on Doomfist and then rapidly changed over to this Ashe, which is working so well. Draco Lords getting a decent fire strike on Horus, cutting through the building,
it's gonna hurt.
Finding 4 with the Earth Shatter. That is gonna hurt Berkeley. Ghostly putting Draco down and saying, what are you doing? Stop, please, these are my friends.
And I love it. Going over the bridge there, Draco Lords knew the Shatter was going to come online, and he saw Spirit put down that Orisa shield. Of course, we all know that's a cooldown. You can't just put it down, take it down, and replace it. Once Draco Lord saw that shield go down, he was like, all right, I'm going on a flank. Nothing can block this. The backline was there. Everything was present and accounted for, and now Draco Lords, again, is making a stay up in the front line, but Spirit here swings into Bits and takes that Diva out of the mech. Now Bits trying to get back in the suit, but Core eliminates them right before they're able to hop back in. And this looks like Grandview might be sent packing here. And Nuke, this is one of the more difficult second points in all of Overwatch to get because of this hotel high ground. Are we going to see Grandview stumble like they did a little bit on Eichenwald second?
They could. It's going to come down to how well Bits is able to get some value here for the Grandview roster. Redbird did a great retaliation, and I'm actually surprised they were able to take that point. Jerryman flubbed a little bit with that bob throw and hit it on the corner. So what Redbird did was they recognized the bob came out. They knew that Dean of Mean had Blizzard, and they just all backed up and waited to play those sightlines, and it worked out for them. But Jerryman now keeping on this offense, and 64% again to Bob is nothing to scoff at. So we're going to see the self-destruct come out and find Ghostly, and it looks like
Grandview is just pushing on this tear. Sound barrier coming out a tad late, and honestly, I don't know if Grandview needed it, but they had it to expend for sure.
Yeah, they certainly did, and they're rewarded with the second point for their investments. And anytime you get the point, let's just say all investments have paid their dividends here. Going into the third and final with just under 5 minutes to get the job done, it looks like it should certainly be something that Grandview is able to accomplish here. But Spirit, like we've seen in the last 2 maps, trying to put an early end to the Grandview Vikings push with a very big shatter that just falters the front line. And now Spirit, who has had trouble being aggressive tonight, is really starting to make their play felt.
Spirit!
Oh my God!
Draco with a 5-piece going through the bookstore, coming out the other side and cracking it wide open for the Vikings as they pillage and plunder all of the Redbirds.
That's twice now. Draco Lords has gotten away with murder with flank shatters, and the Redbirds have not seen it coming.
Yeah, that was a great... For a second, I thought it was Spirit, but that was Draco taking the flank, and it worked out well. Horse throwing that Blizzard in the doorway, trying to stop them from pushing, but a well-coordinated push from the Redbirds will cause a 3K at the end. Dynamite laying down that Blizzard and halting any chance the Redbirds had to defend.
And even though the Redbirds made that last map on Eichenwald look a little bit close, that's Draco Lords just saying, never forget how we got here, because someone will remind you, and Draco Lords just steps up and lays down 2 massive shatters that get 2 objectives in this game. We were talking about how Jerryman was just a showstopper, but I think over Eichenwald and definitely here on Rialto, Draco Lord, the main tank on the side of Grandview, has just turned it up a notch.
Yeah, the Lord of Dragons is doing as the namesake says and breathing that hot, hot fire. It is a hard mountain to climb for the Redbird roster, getting around both Draco Lords and Jerryman. Because, I mean, if you take out one, you have to deal with the other. And the rest of this roster, I mean, Dean of Mean also doing a great job of getting these Blizzards out and ensuring that they can push their advantages. I think what the Redbirds need to look for is taking out either Jerryman or Draco Lords early in this fight, and then picking apart the rest of the team, because the current strategy is not working for them.
No, it's not. They had a couple of right pieces to the puzzle on Eichenwald, but it just seems like Grandview, like we've said, the best teams adapt. They went into that break knowing that after Eichenwald, they looked a little bit weaker. Well, they patched up the armor here. They filled all the holes in the boat, and they looked unstoppable on that Rialto attack.
Yeah, it is looking insane for the side of Grandview. And I saw Jerryman briefly hover over Hanzo. And don't get me wrong, the Ashe is working great, but I would love to see this player jump on Hanzo and 1v1 Ghostly. That might be the inner Hanzo man in me coming out. But alas, we're seeing a little change on the roster on the side of the Redbirds. They will be pushing this time, and they're opting for a double shield comp with Orisa. Tell me, do you think this is a move, Berkeley?
I think it's what they've probably scrimmed all week and determined that it is their best composition on this given map. So I trust their decision making here, but when you're going up against a team like Grandview Vikings, who have a Reinhardt player who's not afraid to just swing into your double shield comp, close that distance himself, and really make the game all about a brawl comp, it's just tough to say that this is the composition that's going to work for them. We'll have to see how much value the DPS players get in the poke.
I mean, Orisa is great until you have a Rein in your face, right? Then it's a lot harder to deal with. And as I say that, they peep around the corner. Ghostly on the flank now, looking for a couple of picks, but we're seeing a very, very great line of sight play coming out from Jerryman, recognizing they're now up top, telling the rest of the Grandview roster what is up, where they're at. Ooh, Ghostly getting a great shot, trying to get a pull, and this is exactly what we're seeing. It's exactly what I said, Spirit trying to get these pulls, and Ghostly trying to follow up to get 1 or 2 picks as necessary. Ghostly is going to find it on the case of Jerryman as well. Crack open this fight for the rest of the Redbird roster as they push in. Vikings are doing the best that they can to hold, but will it be enough?
I don't know, the Vikings backpedaling a little bit here, but Draco Lords again starting to make a play, just steps into the front line, looking mean, sends a fire strike through, but it's eaten up there by Core's Matrix, and that builds a little bit of momentum here for the Redbirds as they seize this opportunity to find a couple of kills and start to step forward, but Grandview still hanging around like an unpaid bill.
Man, and Bob is now put out on the corner. Redbird looking to rotate inside the hotel up and around. And wow, massive Dragon Strike into Gravitic Flux coming out on the side of the Redbird roster, hitting all of Grandview, but Grandview's sound barrier will save them for the time being. Horus does have copy online. Self-destruct will come out from Bits, not finding anyone in core, going to punish that play for sure. Redbird Red doing everything they can to maintain this push, but the Vikings are doing a great job of just holding and playing around one or two players to make this defense hold happen.
Yeah, this one has been pretty scrappy to this point on this corner, but Draco Lords lays down another one, but no follow-up damage finds the backline, and those eliminations are not found. No one on the side of the Redbirds gets cut down despite a massive Earth Shatter pulled out by the main tank from Grandview yet again. Just have to be squaring off along this blue wall corner here as the Redbirds try and back him on down. That Diva Bomb is able to somehow take down Draco Lords. It looked like he had it shielded, but no, it's not the case, and the Redbirds now have 4 eliminations in this fight. They're starting to cut down the Vikings, but the payload is just far enough where the Vikings could get back in time.
They may. This is going to be a very hard point to contest. I think the Vikings are opting to back up anyway. They're going to allow Redbird to take this first point as they now move on over the river in Rialto, trying to push over the top of this bridge. And this is a long sightline, and if there's anything I've learned, Jerry Man loves these long sightlines. Ghostly doing a great job of putting the damage out on Bits, tearing them to bits, if you will. And now going for an ultimate cheeky up top. It's gonna hit all of their tank line. Ghostly demeching one and killing Draco Lords in the process. This is continuing to snowball, and Grandview finding themselves heavy on the back foot as Redbird is stomping on the toes. Supercharger comes out, and they're looking to clean up.
And this is fantastic positioning we're seeing from Redbirds right on this staircase. The perfect angle you want as the defense comes out of that second point spawn. It's the best sightlines, and when you have Spirit with a supercharger, there's really nothing you can do to stop the attack. You just have to go next like Grandview does here with just meters to go, but it doesn't look like they're able to touch in time. Up there, it says 0.00 meters, but to me, that means this objective was capped in Grandview. Just a little bit too late to the action.
That was incredibly close, and that could have dictated the entire pace of the rest of the set. As the Redbirds now continue their push, and they have 3 ultimates online. The economy coming out from this roster has been nothing short of spectacular. You're going to see the battlefield dropped on the side of the Redbird Red roster. They're not going to find anyone with the Gravitic Flux, though. And Core now backing up with Spirit and the rest of the team, Spirit and gang, as GV Red is holding and doing a good job of beating the Redbirds back.
Yeah, the Redbirds are playing probably their best Overwatch of the night, but right now they're a flower blooming in a very dark room as the time is still so lopsided for Grandview. 3 picks for Ghost. They are going to get this payload pushing even farther, but still, the Redbirds losing up on the clock, and it doesn't look like they have many ultimates to use to close out this map, and Grandview has 3 to burn.
I don't know. Grandview has, you're right, they have 3 ultimates. You're right, Redbird Red does not have as many. Add that backwards. Self-destruct coming online. Jerryman's gonna throw out the Bob. Bits gonna have a mech back in the back pocket. Draco Lords, it almost looks like the shatter won't connect, but it will. It's gonna hit everyone. Now we're seeing Horus with the change. 68%, 75%. This could be what Redbird needs. The self-destruct will come online. Unfortunately, it won't kill anyone on point, but it will take out Jerryman. Now back in the Echo suit. Redbird Reds will stop for now. They have 2 minutes left on the clock, but as you can see, Grandview has already beat them in terms of clock time. They did it with 3 minutes and 57 seconds left on the clock.
And on a payload map too, where you are not rewarded pretty much anything for overtime. The time bank is everything. Even if you get it with 0 seconds, you'll have a chance to attack, right? But still, anytime you're going up against 4 minutes on the clock, that is just so many alt cycles that Grandview will get in this overtime if we make it there. But right now, the Redbirds, they're not worried about that. They're not giving up in this fight. They're going to continue to invest. Ghostly is going to continue to roll heads as Dean of Mean goes down, but Grandview swings this one back as the tanks collect some kills on the Ghostly and Core. And even though this one still favors in terms of members for the Redbirds, I don't think they're able to win this fight outright, at least not quickly.
No, I mean, they have 3 that they're able to push back with. Both supports are stuck out now. We are going to see a sound barrier drop from Dex99, and we're going to see a headshot come out as well. Asta La Pasta with the... Pasta's going to try to come back as quick as they can. Dragon Strike now coming out, and Grandview going through a terror, taking out 3. Dragon Strike almost all for naught as Ghostly turns to the Shadow Realm and regroups with the rest of the Redbird roster, who has maybe 1 push left now on Rialto. This is map point.
Yeah, 30 seconds to play here on Rialto, and it is do or die time for the Redbirds. You've played great in this final map tonight. This match for the Redbirds has only gotten better for them in terms of just proving how they can play to themselves, but it looks like tonight just might be Grandview's night as they've still got ultimates to burn. Dracolords will have another shatter to use here, and he's been laying them down and making them look fat so far, but Core here throws up the Gravitic Flux, able to take down Soren, finds a little bit of damage there on the Dean of Mean, but Grandview coming back into the fray as Jerry throws a bomb into the mix. Dracolords does go down, but simultaneously does Spirit. Even though the res is there from Fawny Bear, overtime starts to tick away, putting a little bit more pressure onto the Redbirds to make something happen and make it fast. Horus trying to track down a kill onto Dex, able to find it here, and the payload slowly inching its way closer and closer to its final destination, but Grandview doesn't look like they're going anywhere.
No, not at all. We're actually seeing the switch. Dracolords switching over to the ball, trying to get the rest of the roster off the point. Fawny Bear in a bit of a position, not able to get the res off, unfortunately. Going for another one instead, but Soren will put a halt to that. Core trying to hold on, but that is it. Overtime is done and over with. The Grandview Vikings red roster will be your emergence Cyan winners of the evening up against up against Redbird Red. Dracolords with the play of the game.
Yeah, and like we've seen a lot tonight, Dracolords with the play of the game. This is when he just saw Spirit put down that shield and knew that this is open season onto the backline. The damage from the shatter cuts down the backline, and Dracolords just doesn't miss all night long and never had to switch off the Reinhardt. And when you're a tank, only playing 1 hero on a deep map pool that comfortably, you got my MVP vote. But Nuke, I know there were a couple names on the side of Grandview that really stuck out tonight, so who'd you have on your mind?
Well, I think anytime you're playing Overwatch, if you're able to force an advantage, you're going to take the game. And we saw that, usually you see that in the form of getting a pick, right? You almost never see that in the form of adding a character. And in every single fight, go back and watch the VOD, every fight in that last map of Rialto, Jerryman had Robert the Robot online on payload almost every time. I got to give it to Jerryman. Map 1, we saw the insane Widowmaker headshots.
Lights out.
Kept up the lights out, literal lights out. Kept up the pressure in map 2, and that Ash gameplay in map 3 was everything Grandview needed to hold and stop, even knock over the Redbird Red nest. But I'm sorry, I might have misconstrued. You're going to give that to Dracolords? If so, I think that's a fair pick as well.
Jerry's
Those
right up
flank
there
shatters,
for me, though. Right up there.
Yeah, those flank shatters were great, though, throughout the entire set. Dracolords, finding an angle as a main tank is hard because you can't be gone for too long or the other roster is going to push in, and maybe that was a little bit of misconception coming out from the Redbird Red roster, not knowing where Dracolords is, and then, boom, he's right behind you almost every time.
Yeah, I mean, anytime you got a Reinhardt who can get away with multiple flank shatters in a map and just be off the leash so much and so at large, he's got my vote. But I gotta say, map number 1, it was all Jerry. Dracolords, he had a clutch play to keep the Eichenwald payload on point 2, but it was Jerry in overtime who ended the map and got them the victory. So those two, 1 and 2 for me. I would say they're honestly tied. If I had to pick one, I'd go with the Rhine player because I love Rhine, but what Jerry did tonight was truly special.
Yeah, absolutely. I completely agree with you. Jerry showing the dominance right now in the emergent Cyan division. And like I said when we started the set, man, it's not like Redbird played poorly. They did a great job. We saw some
Yeah.
great headshots coming out on the side of Ghostly, playing that Hanzo in that last map. And Spirit did get a couple of cheeky shatters as well to match the energy Draco was putting out, but it just wasn't enough. I'm telling you though, Berkeley, this did not feel like an emergent set. And although the scoreline says 3-0, it doesn't feel like it either.
No, it doesn't. I know the score differentials were pretty large on Busan and on our last map, but on Eichenwald, the Redbirds really did hang in there. And I mean, they can't go to bed tonight feeling like a hard rock because they're really a gem. Nuke. They were battling a heavyweight. They were the underdog in this one, but they won a lot of fights tonight. They've got a great game to go back in VOD review. They've probably got a good scrim partner in Grandview to just act like a little bit of a big brother in the division, build up their team so they can find ways to just play to their strengths a little bit more, maybe learn a little extra on how to play Brawl against compositions like Double Shield on maps like Rialto. I mean, Redbirds, it's a game where you walk away from it, it's an 0-3, but whatever. It's a great stepping stone for the rest of the season.
Couldn't agree more, Berkeley. I mean, I think you summed it up best right there. It's great Overwatch action. We're still in the regular season. We have still a couple of weeks left here in this season, and they have a lot of time to come back and turn this around.
Yeah, they do. But Nuke, I do believe that is it for you and I this week. Match number 3 is going to be coming up. It's going to be Carroll University versus the Carthage Firebirds. So we're going from the Redbirds to the Firebirds. We've got a lot of uh, flying beans tonight in Overwatch. I hope we see some Fars. I hope we see some Echoes, but we will not be casting. It'll be Juggle God and LaFawn just after this short break. Chat, stick around for it.
Good evening, Overwatch fans, and welcome back to NECC. We are going to bring you the amazing matchup that we are getting ready to see between Carthage and Carroll University. My name's Captain Jack, and I am going to be your analyst for today's match, joined by Joker's Ransom on the play-by-play. Joker, both of us are brand spanking new to the NECC as of about an hour or so
couple
ago.
hours ago.
So, yeah, a couple hours ago. So, needless to say, all we know is kind of what's written on paper when it comes to both of these teams. So, why don't you go ahead and give us a little bit about what we've been studying?
Well, I mean, we do know that Carroll right now is the better team standings wise. They're 4-1 at the moment, and Carthage is 2-3. But we're gonna see Silent, Little Duck, the Red Tea, Kitty Pop, and Klein Saucer and Pez on the side of for this Carroll squad. I mean, I don't really know much about them, but they've got some cool majors. And then on the side of Carthage, we got Donut, DK, Psycho Preds, Sam, Nan Cakes, and Hubbub.
Yeah, Carthage is coming in as the underdog here with a record of 2-3. And just a reminder for folks, we're in the Emergence division for this matchup, so we're going to be seeing a little gold, a little low plat level play on average. But both of these teams, definitely neither of them to scoff at. Here is our map pool for tonight, and we're going to be starting on Busan, which I always feel Joker is a great place to go ahead and get started, really get a feel of what these teams are going to put on the table in this first map.
Yeah, I definitely have to agree with you there, especially with Busan being the way it is. It can vary itself to so many different types of compositions. You can run Brawl, you can run Double Shield, you can run that Bulldozer composition, you can run 6-man. It's really up to what you're more comfortable on, and especially with being in the Emergence division, with it being low gold and low platinum, that's what you're going to run. You're going to want to run what's comfortable for you.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, when we, at least compared to my comp games and the games that I've seen at this level, you could run just about anything, to be completely honest. It all depends on kind of how effective your squad is. I mean, I've seen the double bubble, double sniper. I've seen, the Reinhardt Roadhog. You see all sorts of compositions coming out. Those teams are really trying to get better, which I hope a majority are looking to learn and grow here in the NECC. We're going to be seeing more standardized compositions as we go ahead and look at what is on the plate right now as we head into downtown. We're going to see Carthage coming in with the dive, Donut opting for that Doomfist. Getting a little hack fist action. DK also opting for that Sombra, whereas we're getting a little damage over distance from Carroll with Grim Reaper coming in as the Echo, Silent on the Widowmaker. No pocket for Grim Reaper other than Laskardu on that Zenyatta.
Yeah, we'll definitely see how this goes on. They're going to start off. Psycho Preds is going to look to get some of that damage on, take away that advantage point for Silent, but it's not going to matter. They've already taken out DK early on, and that's just so much versatility gone for the side of Carthage, as they're going to have to push in without that hack, as the side of Carroll going to start things off, getting this this first capture percentage of the evening, as Donut's going to go down to Laskardu, and it's still looking good for either of these times, but Laskardu getting another DMAC, but right now, it's just like, ooh, Silent with a nice headshot onto Hubbub as well. It's really anyone's point, but it's Psycho Preds on this Winston just pumping in so much damage. It might be the side of Carthage flipping it back immediately.
Wow, the Valkyrie already coming out from Nan Cakes here. This is becoming quite the fight.
Yeah, it definitely is. As Donut finds two of their own on the Doomfist. They're just trying to finish things off. The hack coming in on Pez to finish it all, as Carthage finally get the point into their favor after it gets up to 34% for Carroll University.
Now, Carthage did a great job of being able to attempt to get that first pick onto Silent, right? You know, you dive in on the Widowmaker, take that damage off of the table, but they didn't really follow up on it. And looking right now, it looks like Donut might be able to end it quick.
Yeah, taking out Silent's going to be huge as well, but Grim Reaper is going to try to turn it back. They've got 2 in this fight, but Donut, still, it's anyone's point. They're just trading for trading right now. And whoever can get this next pick is going to most likely be the winner of this. As Donut's looking to get this punch in, looking for something, they take out Grim Reaper, and that is going to be the side of Carthage winning this fight out.
I'm a little surprised that we're not seeing Carol kind of migrate over to something a little bit more stunning. There we go, Grim Reaper saying we're tired of this little hack fist combo going on right here, but DK already has that EMP online, looking to do a heck of a ton of damage.
Yeah, and it's about time. Donut was just running wild, but here comes the EMP out from D. No? What?
No.
Well, it doesn't really make sense any longer because they did lose Hubbub in that fight, and everything else going into the favor of the team in Red Carroll University. They're going to clean this up as it does get up to 76% on the board for the side of the Firebirds.
Yeah, Firebirds did a really good job on how they kind of set that up. Carol definitely utilizing their angles properly, and DK... Honestly, we thought initially that it was a mistake, but a very smart move not to use that EMP, knowing that some of your players were down, but it's going to be hard to get back in here.
Yeah, and they used that EMP as well after Psychobreds go down as well and taking their life with it as well. Donut's going to try to turn it back. They've taken out Grim Reaper in this fight, but it's still not looking like it is a winnable fight for the side of the Carthage Firebirds as Laskerdu taking out the main tank of Psycho Preds. They're going to try to turn it back. They do get 2 picks of their own, and the hack does come through onto Pez, who is in this primal form, but it's not going to matter. They're still going to get a primal rage boof off the side of the map. The high noon coming out from Grim Reaper looking to find anything, but no, they're not going to get anything. It's going to come back now. Carthage into the favor of this point at the final hour, getting that win in that fight.
That is true, and the swap over is just in time. We were heading into last fight territory with the feed that was coming in, but Carol, they have some time. They have 1 fight that they can try to turn this around, and that Transcendence with no anti-nade is going to be a huge boon for them.
It definitely is, and Grim Reaper's taken out Nancakes early on in this fight, which is going to be huge indeed. The self-destruct is going to be there, looking to find something, and Pez goes down, which is huge indeed, as they're going to try to do something. They need to get another pick, but now Psycho Preds has taken out Silent, and now this is looking for the good for the side of Carthage. Grim Reaper is still alive on this Reaper, pumping in as much damage as they possibly can with this shotgun, and it's looking good for them at the moment. They do have some people coming back. Their EMP does come out, only connects to Little Duck, but is nothing's really doing. Grim Reaper is still alive, pumping in as much damage as they possibly can. They have not been taken out. Oh my goodness, the Reaper for Grim Reaper is just massive for the side of Carroll University.
Yeah, it just really came down to the fact that Grim Reaper wasn't being taken care of right there. I mean, that Reaper against a dive is just so incredibly deadly. And if you don't handle that within a certain amount of time, which a couple of times it looked like they were trying to do so, but they just couldn't get that final blow or get Grim Reaper sent off the side to be able to get them out of that fight. No matter how long that fight continues to go, Grim Reaper on the Reaper has enough utility in their kit, given enough time to be able to stay alive. You know, the Wraith to be able to reload shotguns quickly if need be. You know, the health regen with the damage done. I mean, all those things allow Reaper to be an excellent hero against Dive. And as we head into Sanctuary, we're going to be seeing a lot of the same. Silent opting for the Tracer this time around and looking to see if KTM can provide a little bit more support to keep Pez and Little Duck up in these fights.
Ooh, and Donut's gonna take out Grim Reaper early on. That's gonna be huge, as that frontline damage that we were just talking about is just gone now for the side of Carroll University. As Donut's gonna pump in and take out KTM on that Ana. That is just gonna open things up for the side of Carthage, because they don't have to worry about the anti-nade. They don't have to worry about them healing coming in from Carroll University any longer.
That's true, and now that they've pushed them back and taken control of the objective, there's so much space that DK and Donut have on this point. Grim Reaper a little bit out of position. Thankfully, they got the Wraith to get back to their team, but a really rough push point.
Yeah, they're gonna try to get in here as they're gonna get the no, they don't get the DMEC on Sam. I thought I saw that animation, but I guess I was wrong. As the Primal Rage is now gonna be tapped for Pez, as they're gonna be looking to just disrupt as much as they can, and it's gonna be Grim Reaper starting things off yet again for the side of Carroll into their favor. That's just overwhelming damage from this Reaper. It's just so massive, with the Death Blossom finding 2, 3 now for this Reaper of Grim Reaper.
I can definitely see why they have taken that name. Just absolute death and destruction coming out, but I'd be remiss to say that Donut and DK aren't doing their own brand of damage here. Donut is just getting kind of free reign with only the sleep on the field to really stop the movement of the Doomfist, and DK kind of leaves everybody vulnerable.
A nice EMP does connect to 2, and it is going to be able to get Pez out of this fight. It is going to be traded back. They do get Nan Cakes, which is going to be big, as well as the DMEC on to the Diva, as Hubbub does find 2 of their own. But yeah, again, Grim Reaper is still alive, just pumping in damage with these shotguns, and as well with that lifesteal, going to be able to stay alive. But no, not for much longer, as Psycho Preds is going to take them out with Primal Rage.
Yeah, it came down to that perfect hack that ended up coming in. DK was able to get the hack onto Grim Reaper early in that fight to kind of keep that health regen out of the action. Without being able to Wraith, without being able to teleport, it really kind of forced them to have to be on that objective and do damage when they were so low, and in the end, it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, they're gonna start things off. Grim Reaper is super low to the time being, and Donut, yeah, again, getting these first picks in these fight is huge for the side of Carthage.
Oh my
especially with the
goodness.
Doomfist just pumping in so much damage, getting so much value in a hero that we don't normally see in any form of Overwatch, as the side of Carthage come back strong, and they're up to 80% here, Jack.
Well, it's exactly like we talked about, Joker. And gold, pretty much, as long as you're good at the hero, it works out well. Right now, we're not seeing Carroll do a lot of countering against this Doom and Sombra. I mean, they attempted to a little bit with the Cassidy, but we're not seeing that here.
We definitely aren't indeed, as now we're going to come in yet again. The hack is going to be there, and the EMP is massive. It's going to connect to the 2 tanks and Grim Reaper, but he's going to stay alive. No! He goes down to the Coalescence from Hubbub. That is going to be huge. That damage no longer there. The Death Blossom no longer there, as the side of Carroll need to try to flip this back, but they do still have another chance, because it's looking good for the side of Carthage. The self-destruct is coming out, as Psycho Preds with this Primal Rage is taking out everyone they need, as Carthage take round 2 of Busan.
Yeah, this is just looking really surprising from Carroll, at least based on kind of what we've, what we can see in the numbers. Looking at their team composition, I kind of expected a little bit more flexibility to be able to deal with issues like this, but maybe this is where we're going to see them kind of lock things in. Maybe dive isn't their strongest, but they know they kind of have to play it with the certain maps that they're on. But here, to be completely honest, it's all about the rush, and we're kind of seeing that come out here with the Cassidy Reaper. Not going to have a lot of CC with the May not coming into play, but they're going to be able to control a lot of space quickly. No Lucio either, Laskardu opting for the Brig to keep KTM protected.
Yeah, a very interesting decision indeed. We haven't really seen Baptiste much, which is a very odd choice with how good Baptiste is at the moment. But here we go. Yeah, again, Donut coming in, looking for that damage, that first big potential with this punch coming through. But not going to find anything, and it's going to be Grim Reaper to start things off. It is in the back line, taking names and taking numbers as they take down 2, as the side of Carol U are going to be able to win this first fight, most likely.
Yeah, it really came down to the adjustment made there by Grim Reaper by being able to kind of take out the back line, especially while Donut was preoccupied with getting healed up and trying to find their angle again. It really provided Carol the opportunity to be able to make that extra space, especially getting Psycho Preds out early in the fight and being able to take down Nancakes in tow gave them a lot of opportunity.
Oh, Sam is going to take down Pez, which is going to be huge. There's no more main tank, but the Death Blossom is now going to come out from Grim Reaper. They're going to get the D-Mech of their own into this fight, as it's looking good now for the side of Carol U. Yeah, again, the hack is going to be on to Literose, but they've already got Rally engaged, so it's not going to really matter in the long run.
All right. I mean, looking at what is going on here, I mean, Carol is just working at a composition difference right here. I mean, it's just about the way that this Rhine Diva works well together against this, and what a massive shatter to start things off.
A massive shatter indeed, and the Nano Boost is playing off as well. Pez getting 4 in this fight, as the Reinhardt from Carroll University wants to put a stop to this and win Busan.
I am continually surprised when that shatter comes out and does so much damage, even knowing that the change has been here for a while. EMP gonna set it up well. Let's see if the bomb connects.
Ooh, and they do get a massive one indeed. They get 4, but Silent with a 2K Deadeye turns it back on its head. And then for the side of Carroll University, the self-destruct does find Lacerdoo. But like I said, Deadeye was just massive, being able to keep them away from really following up on the EMP from DK, as Carroll University are going to continue to push forward, get these last couple of stragglers.
Yeah, we're seeing right now kind of what is providing Carol their bread and butter, it looks like, and it's just this massive damage composition that they come out with this Reaper.
And there goes the Reaper yet again, coming in. Grim Reaper going to find Hubbub, and that is going to be it for round map number 1. Carroll University take Busan.
I mean, that it was textbook right there, what you see in a perfect game that works out well in your favor. A single adjustment can make all the difference, and what we were kind of saying about Carroll University then became the issue of Carthage, that they didn't switch with the map as it was coming in. We all know that that Mecha Base is definitely more of that rush, that brawly kind of synergy. I mean, you can use dive. I've seen the dive and double bubble and the wrecking ball dive be utilized on a map like Mecha Base, but it's such a rarity nowadays, unless you're really coordinated with working in those tight spaces. It's very similar to seeing those compositions used on a place like King's Row. You can do it, but should you do it is the big question.
Yeah, I mean, it really depends. I've seen Wrecking Ball work very well on this map, but we got to remember where we are and remember the elo of these teams. So it's very difficult to run any form of dive on very closed-in maps like Mecha Base, like Control Center on Lijiang Tower, and King's Row in general. But we're not even talking about Kings Row, because that's not even the map in the map pool for this week. We're going to Eichenwald for this next map here, Jack. And well, it's a good map for what Carthage is running. You can run dive very well on Eichenwald.
Yeah, I mean, the dive is definitely something that can be easily utilized on Eichenwald, but just as easily, the brawl can be just as well utilized, especially on Objective Alpha. I mean, that choke point is so integral to how the objective is captured, and if the enemy is able to, or the attackers are able to get any type of pick off early on. When you're trying to attack that brawl with a dive, you really kind of got to get past the front line in order to be successful. And that choke point makes it a little difficult. I mean, you definitely can have the Pharah Mercy or the Echo Mercy going up and over the roof. If you're really crazy like myself, you'll do the double junk mine into the back line over the roof and do it that way. But you know, the more thoughtful types will come with healer in tow, and it can be an effective strategy, but the question is, can they get the picks that are needed to be able to clear that choke point? After that, the next point that they have to worry about is going into the castle with that dive, because once again, it's all close quarters. The roof is relatively high, but you have to worry about running into the chandeliers and finding yourselves on certain high grounds. You miss a diva bomb by an inch, and it can really change how everything ends up shaking out. So what I want to see from both these teams is a little bit more flexibility in the heroes that they pick, and kind of a little bit more thoughtfulness into why they're picking those heroes. It's always great to pick because you're comfortable, but is that the most effective hero for the situation at hand?
Yeah, I definitely have to agree with you. And well, maybe they're changing things up because well, Carthage is subbing out DK and bringing in Lunar Synergy, and Carol's also making a couple of subs. Space is coming in for Lackerdo, and Klein Saucer in for Silent on the DPS role here. Jag, maybe we're seeing some changes. We don't know, but we'll definitely see when we load into the game.
Yeah, I mean, and this might be going into more of their standard compositions for particular maps. And Control, you have to kind of be ready to run everything, so you have to have that flexibility within your team. When it comes to a map like Eichenwald, there are certain particular strategies that you probably practice pretty extensively, especially with the players that you have on hand. So I'm intrigued to see what these teams are coming out with. It looks like we're getting a little bit of that pulled pork coming out from Carthage as we see Sam and Psychopreds on that Orisa Hog. A little bit extra damage over distance as Donut opts for the Hanzo. Still got that Cassidy in play and Hubbub on that Zen. Grim Reaper coming out with the double shield Bastion. I can't say I don't hate it, Joker.
I mean, it'll help break down this Orisa that Carthage is running, and I do love some pulled pork, both in-game and out of it. But we'll see how it really works against this Bastion, because that's just going to be a sheer amount of damage that is going to be very difficult to deal with only a Roadhog. But there comes the hook in from Psychopreds on that Roadhog. But Donut's going to get the first pick in this fight. They've taken down Space as this is looking really good for the defending side at the moment. They have not been able to take out Psychopreds, who is on this Roadhog, keeps getting hook after hook, taking out Little Duck as well. And this is going to be Carthage starting off strong on the defense.
Like, I understand kind of the positioning that they were trying to take there, but honestly, the rotation that I probably would have looked for there from Carol was rotating to the high ground on the right side. They had a Carthage push back far enough that they could have put the Bastion on if you're looking at the objective as it is right now, to the upper left. But there just wasn't a lot of shield support to make sure that Grim Reaper could stay in that turret mode and be effective.
Yeah, and Donut taking down Grim Reaper early on, again for the side of Carthage is huge. And ooh, well, it's looking so good for this defending squad at the moment. They keep getting these picks and winning these fights, and they need to. Carol definitely needs to swap something up, and they do. Grim Reaper is over to the Tracer now.
Yeah, so I think we're getting a little meme-y a little early on. Hopefully it's not the score line of how Carol has been doing isn't going to their heads just yet. You got to make it to the playoffs still. You got to fight a couple more teams to get there. So Carthage is going to keep doing what they're doing, and let's hope this Tracer is enough to turn the tide.
Well, it does not seem to be the case, as that Amp Matrix comes out from Nancakes and just pumps in so much damage that the side of Carthage can just use to their abilities. with just the sheer amount of damage they already have on their team.
That's true, and as you can see, Grim Reaper on this Tracer is not getting the effect that they're looking for, because Psycho Preds is just on the prowl anywhere that they're going. But the ultimate's coming in, Gravitic Flux comboed with the bongos. It could be a beautiful use. Transcendence, though, shuts it right on down.
Yeah, and the whole hog coming out as well. A lot of ults. It's an ultimate fiesta. As they're going to continue to go forward. Flying Saucer not going to use that Deadeye at all. Just going to use it to reload. But now they're going to push back. They've taken out Donut with the health coming in, and Pez is going to be there. But the Pulse Bomb does connect to Hubbub, but it's still not looking good. They need to get more picks, and they need to get it quickly because it's down to 45 seconds. It's now looking good. Grim Reaper is juking and jiving his way to a first point capture, it seems.
Yeah, just being able to maneuver around this hog the way that it's playing is pretty incredible from what we've been seeing. Ant Matrix utilized early here to try to see if they can clear the point, but Nancakes, I think you're going to be wanting that back, or will you?
It may be, but no, I think it finally is. Yeah, they're going to definitely want it back. They did buy a little bit more time, but in the end, it does not matter because Carroll University did get that time reset going forward into point 2, but it's a very little time bank to get to the end of second point here. Ooh, a nice ball pump stick.
Very early start there, but honestly, without the payload being through the gate, it's going to be hard for Carroll to be able to take control of this area. Has swapping over to the Winston. Very interesting combination with the Orisa, but I understand the reasoning. They're trying to take control of that high ground, but honestly, you should just dedicate to taking control of the high ground. Have 1 or 2 players on that objective to keep pushing it forward and utilize the space that way. Early pick there on Hubbub is going to get things started.
Ooh, a nice hook in coming on to Pez from Psycho Preds, but it's not going to find any picks, and they're going to continue to try to take this high ground with Pez on this Winston. It's an interesting decision to swap to the Winston instead of maybe a Diva, but really depends on that hero pool coming in as the Dragon Strike is there. Not going to find anything, but it is going to separate the squad for the time being. But it does not seem like it's going to matter. But maybe just as I say that, Nancake's taking out Klein Saucer, but it looks like the side of Carthage are backing up. No, they're going to be investing this amplification matrix, but they're going to get stuck by the Pulse Bomb. But still, it's looking good for this Carthage team as that Ant Matrix is going to stay up and get as much damage as they possibly need.
Yeah, it was an even 3-3 fight there at the end. It was a good dedication there from Nancakes and very good positioning to be able to push themselves forward, knowing that they were stuck to try to get away from the rest of their allies. Far too often in my Gold Plat games do I see you get stuck and immediately you want to back up. The urge to fight that is indeed real.
Yes, Klein Saucer looking to get maybe a Deadeye coming through, and they do. They're going to take out Sam, which is going to be huge. That flashbang not going to find what you want. It's a nice place coming in from Pez. Oh my goodness, 3 picks with that Primal Rage as Carroll University are going to continue to push forward. Maybe a little bit late of an Nano Boost coming in from space, but still, you got the point captured, and there's looking to be some full sale swaps coming in from the side of Carthage.
Yeah, we are seeing the swap over. It looks like we might be seeing us getting closer and closer to that traditional brawl. The early pick there onto Grim Reaper might slow this push a little bit. It looks like Donut might be the only swap here.
Yeah, I mean, it'll definitely work out for them in the favor that May is going to be so crucial to really deal with Pez if they stick on this Winston, because they like to go in and get those get as much damage as they possibly can. But no, they're going to swap over now to this this Reinhardt, which yeah, we're going to just see some brawl coming out from the side of Carroll University with double flex supports, which is really interesting to see.
Yeah, I'm continually interested in why Carroll doesn't invest in that Lucio. Like, the speed boost is so important to make this work. Beautiful wall coming out from Donut.
Yeah, and they're going to be able to take KTM out, but it's going to be traded for Donut. after paying, that wall is going to pay for it with their life. They're going to use the supercharger early on, but they're not finding the damage because of that May wall from Grim Reaper. But just as I say that, it goes down, and there it goes. Everyone goes down to Sam's supercharger.
Yeah, unfortunately, that supercharger outlasts the wall, and even if the wall didn't stay up the whole time, it would have been torn down by the damage that was being pumped out by Carthage. They're doing a great job of holding this point, but as Ultimates get ready to come out online, you gotta watch that Blizzard Shatter combo.
You definitely do indeed. The hook does come through, but the nice wall coming in from Grim Reaper is going to be there. The May wall is now out as well from the side of Carroll University. The Shatter out as well. So many ultimates coming in from the side of Carroll University because you need to win this fight, and you need to win it now, and they do indeed. As now Client Sauce are going to be taking this advantageous high ground to try to zone them out with this Deadeye.
Yeah, there's really not a lot they're going to be able to do to touch this point between the self-destruct, the Deadeye. Anyone that would have touched that objective would have been absolute toast. Unfortunately, that Blizzard didn't come out earlier for the side of Carthage to be able to kind of battle out the damage that Carroll was doing with theirs. I kind of anticipated that they were going to throw the Blizzard out a little later, but they actually initiated with it. Which ended up giving them the space to be able to continue to move forward, even though the Shatter didn't get the value that it was looking for damage-wise. By getting the picks, it was at least able to take a little bit of pressure off of those that weren't in the range of the Blizzard when it ended up coming out, and allow them to kind of advance upon them, heal up a little bit, and then close that gap. Carroll is doing a decent job thus far. Kind of expected a little bit. Kind of expecting a little bit more flexibility as we see them go back to this this double shield. Not 100% if this is the right move, especially when you're going up against a dive. I mean, you do have a little bit of stun, thankfully. I think the oddest pick that I see here is seeing space on this Mercy. It's not the, it's definitely not the ideal heal pick for this. I mean, you do have the res possible, which will allow you to hold alpha a little bit easier, but going against this dive that's getting ready to come in, and Donut now back on this Doomfist, I mean, this could be incredibly deadly, Joker. I'm really worried for Carroll.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you there. The Brig just provides so much more value than the Mercy would, especially with the dive that Carthage has loved to run, being so prevalent so far, and they've been able to run it very well. But now they're going to be pushed back as Grim Reaper with that Mercy Pocket going to be taking out their soldier counterpart for the time being. But now the space is being made for the side of Carthage. The punch coming through. Not going to find anything, but a nice slam coming through, looking to get as much damage as they can. Not going to find what you wanted, but still, the side of Carthage are on this point and entrenched, and if they can get a pick, they might be able to open it up into the favor of this team. As they're going to come through, they've already popped. Oh my goodness, attack flies are coming in from Grim Reaper early on in this fight, but they go down the hubbub on the Moira as the side of Carthage look to be able to hold this on. The Gravitic Flux coming through from Pez to try to flip it back into the favor of the defending squad, and it looks like they have. It's just the Doomfist left.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, right now what is going through my mind is just the absolute clinic that these healers are putting on right now. It is just insane the amount of damage that they are having to heal their way through. Both Mercies were up to their Valkyries at the end of that fight. Hubbub up to the Coalescence, and KTM not far behind. The early pick made it impossible to get there, but what an opening.
What an opening indeed. Pez is down in this fight. They're going to tow the high nuke coming in from Client Saucer is going to be there. They're going to take out Donut, but it's still looking good for the side of Carthage. They need more picks if you are Carroll University, because the res is there now as well. It's looking good for this side of the Firebirds to finally get this out. The Primal Rage is going to take out Client Saucer. And I think that's going to be very much it. It's just a couple of people left. Donut getting the punch kill onto Little Doc. as, oh my goodness, they're still investing in this fight. They're going to use the tactical visor coming in from Grim Reaper, but there's just so many picks coming in from the side of Carthage that it's not going to matter at all.
Yeah, I mean, Sam being in the Diva mech is really kind of the bane of any sort of projectile character, especially Grim Reaper on that soldier. If they were able to get that attack visor off a little bit sooner when Sam was still out of mech, it would have been a completely different story. But the way that Carthage is playing right now is like they're a completely different team than probably what was seen earlier in the season based on the score lines we saw today.
Yeah, as Lunar Synergy going to be using this tactical visor, they do find space, as well as Psycho Preds taking out that other half of the pocket for the side of Carroll University. As some nice plays coming in from this DPS of both Lunar Synergy and Donut, taking out Little Duck in the end. They're going to continue to push forward here on this attacking round.
Can I just say, I think the biggest surprise to me right now is how NECC is able to stay tethered to the chaotic, like, all over the place that Donut is right now on that Doomfist. It seems like no matter where Donut is, NECC is somehow able to find them.
A nice re-engage does come in. Little Duck has taken out Sam, but the res is going to be there, and the res is going to be there on Depez. It is even all around, but it's looking good for the side of Carroll University as they keep getting pick after pick after almost losing second point, as Grim Reaper still living up to the name.
Yeah, they just have a little bit more of that preventative healing. I mean, Hubbub does well in the short fight, but their abilities don't allow them to last very long. So if you take a quick fight, then it's great to play the Mora. If you're looking for that elongated fight, you definitely need something like that Baptiste, like that Lucio, that can provide that more sustained healing over a matter of time that we're just not seeing being invested right now on the side of Carthage.
Grim Reaper's gonna come through with the tactical visor. They're gonna get caught out with a reverse. That's a no-you. A reverse card coming out from Carthage, as they're gonna be using their own tactical visor to a better way, use, finding two of their own. As the team kill gong sounds, as Carthage comes through strong on that attacking phase and opening point 3.
All right, Carthage's job right now is to keep this above a minute. If they can keep this objective, if they can capture this objective in above a minute, then they're sitting at tie territory. But if Carroll can get them under a minute, then they have a second chance at life, second chance to take back the objective in a second set of pushes and see if they can turn this around in their favor.
Well, they've already taken out this the supercharger of Little Duck, and they're starting to open things up now. But the Deadeye coming through, but it's going to be eaten
nice
up.
eat.
Sam with a hero play indeed. They might still lost this fight, however, because they did lose Psycho Preds. The rest is going to be there, but it's not going to be there for Donut any longer, as this is going to be the side of Carthage looking to back up for the time being, it seems.
Yeah, once again, they're going to have to kind of go back to the drawing board, and they're going to have to change some things up. That kind of composition will not work indoors just because of the close quarters that they have to be in. I mean, the Doomfist can still be utilized fairly well because of the close walls and the high grounds that they can kind of they can elbow drop from. But other than that, you really want to switch to a more direct, face value composition. You want to really get in their faces with that rush, with that brawl, and use it to your effectiveness.
Yeah, you definitely want to. As it's going to be very difficult, especially with what they're now, Carroll University now running. The Flux coming out, as well as the Blizzard as well. The Visor coming in from Lunar Synergy, not finding anything because they're just shooting the shield now, as the side of Carroll University are now entrenched in this defense. They're continuing to hold strong. Little Duck taking out Sam in that DMAC Diva form, and they're going to push Carthage back yet again.
Yeah, I mean, the swap of Klein Saucer over to that Junkrat is really just proving to be a huge boost for them. You know, you have the CC of Grim Reaper on that May, getting about halfway to that Blizzard, and Klein Saucer with all that grenade damage is just, as you can see, you know, get them down to half health. The single grenade to start things off. We're going to see a little Piggy Toes action as Carthage swaps some things up. Hopefully, it was soon enough.
I'm sorry, that's really funny to me. And they're going to start things off. The rally comes in from KTM. Very interesting composition yet again from the supports with Break Mercy. And you're not running a Wrecking Ball, but still working out for the side of Carroll University for the time being as the Flux comes through, but they're going to fall for it with their life. They're going to get rezzed back up. Here comes the Riptire. It's eaten. The Blizzard's eaten by Psycho Breath. They do go down, however. Oh my goodness. What a fight coming in from the side of Carroll University after losing that Blizzard. As the Attack Visor is trying to do something, but it's not going to do anything as Carroll University stalls out on point 3 and takes a commanding lead in the series 2-0.
Can I just say how incredible Pez must have played during those final 3 minutes of that match? The fact that they had a Gravitic Flux every fight.
Yeah.
Every fight. Like, Gravitic Flux at this level is not easy to build. And the fact that they were supported in a way that they were able to build that over and over and over again, I am just absolutely astounded at the work that they're doing. You know, Carthage really taking it to the brink, but as soon as they busted through those doors, they should have used that time advantage to swap things up and get in there with that composition. I call it Piggy Toes because I've been doing this for so long. I have weird creative names for all these things. And you know, they should have swapped to that as soon as they busted through those doors. The dive just doesn't work inside the castle unless you're getting those picks very fast and in a furious momentum. But thankfully, they are going to have a little bit of a halftime break to see if they can turn things around in the second half.
Yeah, so don't go anywhere. We're going to be back in about 5 minutes. You're not going to want to miss the conclusion of this series. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you didn't miss us too much. We're about to head into map number 3 of the evening, which is going to be Rialto. And we do have a couple of swaps here, Jack, coming in for both of these teams. We have Crazy Mage coming in for Sam on Tank, and Carroll University are bringing back Silent for Client Saucer.
Yeah, seeing those swaps, we haven't gotten to see Crazy Mage yet, so I'm interested to see how that tank synergy changes with Sam being put in now, and now seeing Silent come back into the fight. Maybe we'll see a little bit more of that kind of pokey, in your face composition that we saw on Busan, with the combination of them and the absolute death dealer that is Grim Reaper. So Escort, Rialto. I mean, it's one of my favorite maps, not only because of the absolute beautiful aesthetics that I can't wait to see how they are amplified in Overwatch 2, but it's just a map that has so many creative ways to be able to play it. If you're like me, you want to lock them down as close to the objective or as close to the starting point as you can. So I put all in on how many people I can yeet off that bridge right outside of spawn. But there are other teams that are more, they give up that initial space to get into the open courtyard so that they can utilize, compositions that require that space, like dive and double bubble and things like that. And those things also work out in their favor. There's just so many creative ways to be able to play on this map that it's going to be difficult to kind of determine how each team is going to utilize the space. I mean, Carthage has really kind of gone into the dive a lot more than we've seen come out from Carroll. So I'm thinking that that's probably what we're going to see. And based on the info that we got, Carthage is going to go on defense first. So if I were to take a wild guess, we might see the Hanzo come back out for them. Possibly, and utilize that in the courtyard to be able to hold that space. Otherwise, I mean, you could just go for the good old gold strat, get that double shield bastion out like we saw Carroll doing, and just set up on that high ground. It definitely is a thorn in the side of anyone that is trying to push over that bridge. Not insurmountable, but definitely takes a little coordination between you and your teammates to be able to make it happen. We do want to let you know, if you love what you see here at NECC, please be sure to hit that heart, annihilate that bell, so that you know every time that NECC is online. We do have this channel, which is a secondary channel, but also the main channel. So be sure to do it on there as well to grab any and all NECC action that you can.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's not just Overwatch that they have. They have
Mhm.
a variety of esports in this in their organization.
Mhm.
Um, I know Valorant is pretty popular right now. If you like to see that, as well as Rocket League, and I think there's a couple more, but I'm not so
Mhm.
certain. Oh, Rainbow Six Siege. I remember because I know Corbeck. My
Mm.
friend Corbeck does cast Rainbow Six for NEC as
A
well.
little League of Legends as well.
Oh,
So all you League fans out there, or if you're Smite fans, it's the same but a little different. So definitely got a little bit of everything here at NECC, and it's all from the collegiate level.
mhm.
So you really kind of get to see the what I love to say is kind of the evolution of esports. You know, kind of the seeing that legitimacy really being paid to esport being seen as a competitive venture for a lot of folks, and kind of the investments that schools are making to really kind of bridge that gap is really one of those key differences that we kind of see in teams. But right now, the skill that we're seeing coming out from both of these teams, regardless of the level that they're playing at, I'm just really impressed. They've been really close matches for both of them, and Carthage, it literally just takes a couple of misplays that keep coming out that if they kind of shore those up going into Rialto, we might be seeing them grab the brooms and get that beep beep reverse sweep going.
Yeah, we definitely will, and we'll see any second now what we're going to be seeing. What we're going to be seeing with what compositions we're most likely going to see. Probably more of that double shield that we've liked. Most of these teams have liked to opt for, especially on the defense. But in 10 seconds, we won't have to guess.
Yeah, I think the thing that I'm really looking for is seeing how teams utilize the space around the payload. Wherever the payload is, how are they using the space to be able to create opportunities for themselves? If the payload is on the bridge, are you using the environmental? If the payload is in the courtyard, are you using the space effectively? And Carroll coming in on the attack is looking to possibly opt into the Bastion again. I'm loving what I'm seeing from Carthage. They're going for the traditional brawl, the Rhine Zarya with Donut back on that Hanzo. If Grim Reaper does indeed come out on that Bastion, like we've seen them do before, that Hanzo is going to be incredibly useful to taking down that Omnic.
Yeah, and it's really interesting to see, but we're not going to see it. We're going back to their namesake, the Reaper out, as Silent is coming in to play this long-range hit scan that we did see them play a little bit earlier on in Busan on the downtown phases. They're going to get into this fight immediately, but the DMAC coming through quickly through it. But a nice shot, 2 shots coming in from Silent, looking for a third right now onto the Cassidy of Lunar Synergy. As this is going to continue to push forward for the side of Carroll University off the back of Silent.
Yeah, Silent just got the perfect angle. They weren't expecting anyone to come in from the side, and now it has cleared the entire courtyard for Carroll to be able to use to their advantage. The only thing is that it might be a little bit of a bust there for Silent. If there's only a couple angles you can take.
Oh my goodness, he lined it up perfectly, Jack. The 6-man coming through from Pez. Not going to get the full 6 kills. Well, no, they do get the full 6 kills there, but not off the back of just the Shadow.
Actually, they didn't. The one person that got away, Psycho Preds, is sitting in their spot in the first spawn right now and is going to try to find a way to sneak back to the team, hopefully. Nope, they get caught out a little late. That is unfortunate. That is not going to provide them what they need to be able to take it back at the choke point. They're going to have to try to lock it down here at Bravo as get a really nice view of that Widowmaker keister on the payload.
Oh my goodness. We're gonna see here, Grim Reaper is gonna look to drop in from on high for the Death Blossom, look to find as much damage as they can. They do take out Donut, but they pay for it with their life. The Shatter coming out from Crazy Mage is gonna lock up both of the tanks and take out Pez. Little Duck is gonna get away from it with their life, but a nice shot coming through from Silent on this Widowmaker. Is going to take down Hubba, but I mean, it's not going to really... Ooh, another nice headshot coming in from this Widowmaker. Silent, but deadly.
Yeah, I mean, Silent is definitely utilizing the space to their advantage. This is one of the things that I love about how Widowmakers use those odd angles and those very, very small opportunities that you have to get those important kills. Self-destruct going high.
Ooh, and it finds a Lunar Synergy. That's going to be huge. The Shatter coming out as well, connects to 3 of the remaining players on the board. As the team kill gong sounds, as this is going to be a very big time bank going to the point 3, which you definitely need.
This is definitely a lot more dominant Carol than we've seen in the previous 2 maps, Joker. I mean, this is what their history would have told me they would have been playing like tonight, based on what we've seen up to this point. I've been a little questioning, but it looks like Carol, when they're ready to turn on the gas, they will turn on the gas.
Ooh, Pez is going to go down early on, which is not what you want. That's going to stall out the side of Carroll University because, well, they don't have that main tank any longer, as they're going to lose Bioflex on Biowolf X, sorry, on the side of with that Lucio, as they're going to hold on here for the time being as Carthage.
Seeing Silent continuing to just kind of poke their head up on those stairs. Oh, beautiful grab.
Beautiful grab indeed. Taking out Grim Reaper with a nice headshot is Lunar Synergy, as they're trying to take a duel with a Widowmaker as Cassidy. That's not a fight you win 95% of the time if it's at long range, but it's still working out into the favor of Carthage as they keep getting these picks, and there keeps to stalling out this the side of Carroll University, which you definitely need to do right now because of that huge timing they had going into this.
Yeah, I think the biggest issue right now that Carthage has is the fact that they can't really push against Pez successfully. Dragon Strike coming out, though, going to create that space.
Yeah, it's going to create the space indeed. Taking one with that Dragon Strike and a headshot, taking out Pez. And that's going to be another fight win for Carthage. They're taking this time bank down slowly and steadily here.
Yeah, I was a little surprised at how quickly that Dragon Strike was utilized. The whole team wasn't there, or at least didn't seem like they were in a good position to do so. But honestly, they needed that to be able to create the space because, again, Crazy Mage can't push into that.
The Shatter coming out and the Death Blossom coming through, finding so much value with that Nano Boost as well, as that is going to be another team kill and not going to be able to touch because of it, as it's still a very big time bank coming in for the side of Carroll University.
Man, that is something that we haven't seen in a good while. Beyblade let it rip there on the objective, created a lot of space for Carroll to just go ahead and slide right into objective Charlie. With 2:53 on the clock, it is a very decent time for Rialto, but Carthage, they still have an opportunity to be able to do the exact same. The question is, will they be able to create the space they need? And the biggest issue that they're having right now is the space that Silent is creating with the angles that they are taking. Every time you see Silent, they're at these really odd angles that you really wouldn't expect them to be at, but they're getting pick after pick because, again, it's the place you wouldn't expect them to be at, and they're just getting absolute free reign. It does look, though, that Carthage is going to utilize that to their advantage, hoping that Silent will opt into that Widowmaker once again and just do a lot to keep Donut protected on the cart and have them dole out a heck of a ton of damage to just bowl down anyone in their way.
Yeah, as they did not bet right. Silent is on that Hanzo to try to deal with that thought of a Bastion most likely, but the spawn hold is not going to really work out well for them because Donut's just going to be able to set up here, pump in as much damage as they possibly can on the shield, but they're doing a little bit of a ring around the Rosie, and NECC goes down to a nice headshot from Silent, and that is going to open things up. The res is going to be burned. They don't have Donut for this res respawn as Pez goes in, takes out both of the supports, and that's going to be a fight win for the side of Carol.
Can I just say how surprised I am at how this initially wasn't a spawn hold that became a spawn hold. They were so far back and they just sped right in with Biowolf. It was like they were like, oh, you thought we were gonna stay back? Nah.
I mean, and now they're just buying more time. They're just staying underneath them and not going to be taking any real damage because of this Bastion, not going to get any real angles on them, and now the Orisa's going to drop down. And that's going to force them to take this fight on the cart and have to deal with that Bastion as well. As, a nice play coming in from Biowolf on that, the Lucio taking a Psycho Prez off the side of the map, and that's going to be the side of Carol, yet again holding strong on this spawn hold.
Yeah, I mean, right now the Bastion just isn't getting the value that they're looking for right now because Carol is just doing so well at using the environment to their advantage. Although this Amp Matrix, never mind.
Never mind, indeed. Grim Reaper, again with a massive Death Blossom, and that's not something you normally see. Donut going down to Pez on that Reinhardt. Usually a Reinhardt dies very instantly to a Bastion.
Well, the thing that I wasn't expecting was Grim Reaper just going headlong into a Bastion, shooting through an Amp Matrix to try to blossom, and only because Donut moved did they successfally pull it off.
Shatter coming out and connecting to Donut, and that is going to be a very nice retake coming in from Carthage. The Gravitic Flux not going to find anything as well for the side of Carthage. That is something you desperately needed to open things up, get a pick or something. But no, the side of Carol comes back strong. The Nano Boost is going to be invested as well. Just keep pumping in damage. They do lose their main tank, but at what cost? Is because Carthage lost the fight.
Yeah, Carthage lost the fight, and we are now heading into a minute remaining on the clock. Little Duck might be able to get their mech back, but even then, there's only so much that a Diva can do to prevent that damage coming in, and Grim Reaper is already set up to take out the backline.
Yeah, he is. No, it's going to be Biowolf going to start things off, as Donut's going to look for this flank. They do take out Silent on that Hanzo, but they're going to have to use that Immortality Field. They don't have it any longer for that self-destruct. This Little Duck takes out Donut. They're going to be able to look for that res, but no, it's going to be camped by Pez on this Reinhardt to stop them from getting anything doing, as it's now, yet again, the side of Carol with an amazing re-engage.
I mean, at this point, we're seeing what we should have seen from the beginning. Carol just kind of playing with their food when it came to this fight, and now we're seeing some desperation picks come out just to try to turn the tide in their favor. Carthage going back over to that dive Wrecking Ball this time instead of the Diva, but still, Grim Reaper on the Shredder, not going to be a good place to send those dive characters.
Yeah, definitely as well, because Pez has the Shatter yet again, lines it up perfectly, and there it goes, Grim Reaper with a 4K Death Blossom, and that is going to do it. They take down Donut, and that is the map. The overtime bar ticks down as Carroll University take the map and the series in a quick 3-0 fashion.
Yeah, I would have seen if Carthage had swapped over to the dive a little bit sooner, probably at about the 2-minute mark when they were having a hard time pushing through. I definitely could have understood that, but switching to it at the end, you're just not going to get the value you're looking for. You don't get the ultimates to be able to make that space with. And as you can see right here, the reason that double shield wasn't working is that Carol they're just so aggressive, right? And double shield being such a stationary composition, I mean, if you are not being aggressive back to an aggressive composition, they're just going to bowl you over. Doesn't matter if you have a Bastion, Baptiste, double shield, or what have you. If they're in your face, it is very, very difficult to take them down because that Rhine swings in a very beautiful 180 arc with that hammer and can hit anything in its wake. And as long as Diva's defense matrixing, there's not a lot that you could do about that. So a lot of great work coming out from both teams tonight. The score honestly doesn't do it justice unless, as I said earlier, maybe Carroll playing with their food a little bit during the first half and trying to make it seem like it was close, but definitely showing that 4-1 scoreline, now 5-1 in the season, to be exactly what they're standing for right now.
Yeah, I definitely have to agree with you. The 3-0 doesn't really give it fashion because give it really any justice because Carthage in that first half really had legitimate shots to win a couple of those maps. If they just fight changes here or there, it might be 1-2, 2-1, or 2-0 going into the break, and we could be seeing a completely different series.
That's true. Well, if I know correctly, this is our last match of the evening. Be sure to be checking out the main stream. I believe it has one more match for the evening, so be sure to go check that out. It's twitch.tv/NECC_esports. Go ahead and catch the action over there. But Joker, I gotta say, for our first match here at NECC, not a bad one to start off on.
Definitely not. It was very fun. I was saying in the break, this is why I love Overwatch. Just games like these, they're just so much fun to see, and especially when it's lower tiers of Overwatch, where they get where they know they're generally not playing to be the best. They're playing because they love the game. Being the best is also on their mind, obviously, but it's for the love of the game. And I mean, that's as much as people like to say this game's dead, we still have this passionate fan base and passionate teams that continue to bring life into the Overwatch esports scene.
That's absolutely true. I want to give a special shout out to Temporal and McAfee, our observer and producer for tonight. Definitely couldn't do it without the folks that are running everything behind the scenes. Joker, that's all I got for tonight. Take us on home.
Yeah, thank you all for watching. Make sure to check us out both on Twitter, Captain_Jack87 and at Joker's Ransom. Make sure to check if you liked what we did. We do a lot of things in the Overwatch scene. So make sure to check us out. Follow us there if you want to see what we do. Make sure to follow the NECC socials. I don't really know what all of them are, but make sure to check them. They are in the below the Twitch. NECC Games is the Twitter. Right. As they also are on the below the stream right now, so make sure to follow those socials, and that's about it. Thank you all for watching. Have a wonderful evening. Get some rest. Enjoy school tomorrow.